On Friday, the 7th of July 2023, join the African Integration Day celebrations live on Smart 24 TV as we dive deeper into unity and diversity for a borderless Africa with expert leaders across the continent. Ziyad Hamoy, the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance, Joseph Abaga, RGD Consulting and Logistics Limited and ex-president for Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders, Samuel Ajemang from the Single African Market Program, Dr. Farid Arthur, National Coordinator for the African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office in Ghana, Trudy Hatzenberg, Executive Director, Trade Law Center, and Catherine Toure-Mitia, Coordinator, Willet Africa. The event will start at 9 a.m. East African Standard Time.
New Delhi, Old Delhi, vastly contrasting capital city of the Republic of India, largest of the sovereign members of the Commonwealth, pauses today to offer a most warm welcome to Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, Prime Minister of Ghana, the Commonwealth's smallest sovereign member. Ghanaians too are at the airport to enrich the welcome, and Mr. Nehru himself, great leader of the vast nation, is here to greet his distinguished guest from a neighboring continent, already a good friend from the Commonwealth Prime Ministers Conference of 1957. Flying in from Bombay on the last leg of his 8,000-mile journey, Dr. Nkrumah is eagerly looking forward to his fortnight stay in India. Traveling with him is Mr. B.K. Kapoor, India's High Commissioner in Ghana. The greetings have all the traditional warmth and sincerity that is symbolic of India. And a bit of Africa's own characteristic welcome thrown in for good measure. There's a guard of honor to be inspected, representing the fighting services of India. And first of the very distinguished people waiting to be presented to Dr. Nkrumah is Mr. Krishna Menon, India's Minister of Defense, who as a friend was to be often at hand throughout the visit. Now the garlands of sweet-scented flowers that are one of the most charming and most constant reminders of true Indian hospitality and of sincere greetings. But how many more can he take? The two Prime Ministers now mount the dais for the formal speeches of welcome. Mr. Nehru welcomes Dr. Nkrumah not only as the leader of Ghana, but as symbolic of the new forces of realization that are moving the minds and hearts of all the people of Africa. And on that account, he says, your coming is doubly welcome. Replying, Dr. Nkrumah pays tribute to the inspiration he's always drawn from the ideas of that great man, Mahatma Gandhi, as well as from the superb and humane example of Mr. Nehru himself. Together, Indian host and African guest drive slowly through the grandly elegant vistas of New Delhi. The route, lined by crowds of welcoming faces, to the presidential palace where Dr. Nkrumah is to stay during his visit to the capital city. In contrast, however, to the 20th century splendor of New Delhi, and only a mile away, is the Red Fort of Old Delhi, built more than 300 years ago by the famed Mughal Emperor Shah Jahan. Still in perfect condition, and having within its vast walls palaces and gardens of true Mughal splendor, it was a perfect setting for a civic reception in honor of Dr. Nkrumah, given by the mayor and members of the Corporation of Delhi. In spite of extremely cold December weather, the function was handsomely attended at full diplomatic level, and everyone appreciated Mr. Nehru's reference to the possibility of absolute coexistence between the bitterness of the weather and the warmth of the welcome that they were offering their guest. The Lady Mayor, Mrs. Asif Ali, presents Dr. Nkrumah with a hand-beaten and engraved silver beaker, which the visiting Prime Minister accepts with a few words of thanks. But lovelier, and how much more memorable than any speeches, are these little girls who sing their own self-composed song of welcome. At Rajghat, Dr. Nkrumah lays a wreath at the spot where Mahatma Gandhi was cremated at the close of a life that inspired millions of people throughout the world. And now the High Commissioner for India, Mr. B.K. Kapoor, presents Dr. Nkrumah at the Rashtrapati Bhavan to Dr. Rajendra Prasad, President of the Republic, and a truly great figure in India's struggle for independence. There's much to talk about. Then there's a luncheon engagement with India's Vice President, Dr. Radha Krishnan, a scholar of world renown. At a formal dinner of welcome at the Presidential Palace, the visitors have the opportunity of meeting other members of the government, leaders of the armed services, and members of the diplomatic corps. Mr. Nehru repeats his words of welcome in his customary informal manner, full of sincerity and good fellowship. Replying, Dr. Nkrumah tells his listeners something of recent events throughout Africa. As Ghana's Minister of Defense, Dr. Nkrumah very naturally pays a call upon Mr. Krishna Menon, his opposite number, with whom there's much to discuss. Visits are planned to the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. As it's Christmas, there's relaxation and good fun to come first. And Mr. Nehru and his daughter are guests of Ghana's High Commissioner in India and Mrs. Ezewa at a Christmas dinner party and dance. And both the dinner and the high life dancing are in true Ghana fashion. At Delhi University, Dr. Nkrumah is awarded at the special convocation the honorary degree of Doctor of Letters. India's Vice President, Dr. Radha Krishnan, is Chancellor of the university and himself confers the honor. Mr. Nehru, too, is present. Acknowledging the award, Dr. Nkrumah makes special reference to the eminence and international repute as a scholar and philosopher of the Chancellor, and again pays tribute to the two men of India whose writings most contributed towards the sum total of his political thinking, Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru. Ghana's Prime Minister drew very special satisfaction from the reception given in his honor by the African Students Association of India. The students, drawn from all over Africa, but chiefly from East Africa, had attracted a particularly distinguished audience, all of whom were enthralled to hear Dr. Nkrumah speaking forcefully on recent and current affairs in Africa. Afterwards, the autograph hunters closed in, and there was time for little more than to thank the students for a very well-planned reception. Somewhat different in atmosphere, but no less pleasing, was the Indo-Ghana Cultural Association reception, when many hundreds of friends of Ghana in India, including Mr. Nehru and Mr. Krishna Menon, gathered in the most beautiful of floral pavilions to honor the leader of the land, whose friendship they had solicited. Perhaps the most moving moment was when a gold medal and an address of welcome were presented to Dr. Nkrumah by the Goldsmith Workers' Union of Delhi on behalf of the 20 million goldsmiths of India, as an expression of friendship from men of the same profession. Thanking them most sincerely, Dr. Nkrumah said, "Yes, it is true, my father was a goldsmith." By way of acknowledging some of the great hospitality shown to Dr. Nkrumah during his stay in India, the Ghana High Commissioner and Mrs. Ezawa invited 1,000 guests to a reception in his honor at Hyderabad House. India's Prime Minister and his daughter, Mrs. Indira Gandhi, receive a friendly greeting in the true Indian fashion. Receptions and formal occasions now over, Dr. Nkrumah takes a look at some of India's industrial achievements. Like Ghana, India is a country anxious to strike a balance between agricultural and industrial economy. It may well be that there are some useful examples to be followed. First outside Delhi, for example, is this industrial estate, where small manufacturers may rent modern factory buildings in order to develop their industries. This manufacturer is making component parts for radio sets, and he explains to the Prime Minister how, with the aid of the government scheme, he's expanded from small beginnings. Also in Delhi is the vast India 1958 exhibition, so successful that the government extended it into 1959. Here it is that the people of India, and from abroad, may see some of the fruits of India's vast industrial expansion. Here are everyday commodities made in India, such as bicycles, sewing machines, and motor cars. But here also are samples or models of India's heaviest industries: the manufacture of jet aeroplanes, heavy shipbuilding, the construction of vast dams, irrigation and hydroelectric projects. Indeed, not content to see more models of dam construction, Dr. Nkrumah now leaves Delhi to travel several hundred miles north into the foothills of the Himalayas, and at the cold temperatures and wintry conditions to see the great progress made on the vast Bukra Nungal Dam project. Visiting the already completed Nungal Dam first of all, Dr. Nkrumah inspects the vast sluice gates that control the flow of the water of the Sutlej River over the fertile plains below. Thus the waters are harnessed for the benefit of man. Further upstream, and in a deep cleft in the mountains, is the world's highest dam now under construction. Wearing steel helmets as a protection against falling rock, Ghana's Prime Minister and his party meet the very men, some of India's greatest engineers and planners, who've conceived and executed this vast project. 740 feet of man-made dam, patiently built up over the years until it's capable of holding back 66 square miles of water behind it. And here are the beds of the giant turbines that will generate enough electric power to provide cheap and economical current to the people of northern India. The visitors from Ghana cannot help seeing here something to remind them of their own Volta River, and of the plans to harness this too to the greater benefit of their people. Still in the north of India, and still in the shadow of the Himalayan mountains, Dr. Nkrumah pays a visit to Chandigarh, modern capital city of the Punjab state, and a bold experiment in adapting the 20th century Western style of architecture to a land rich in its own distinctive style of building. Traveling overnight by train, Dr. Nkrumah and his party arrive in the historic garrison town of Jhansi, where a formal welcome awaited the Ghana Prime Minister. The visitors see the famed Jhansi Fort, scene of bitter fighting 100 years ago in the early days of the struggle for independence. A beautiful equestrian statue now recalls the brave Rani of Jhansi, who, undaunted, rode into battle and to her death, with her baby on her back. Now the party go on maneuvers with the Indian Armour Brigade. In a well-camouflaged position, Brigadier Boudoir explains the relative positions held by friendly and by enemy forces. Retaining the famed names of the former cavalry regiments, Hodson's Horse, Poona Horse, and Deccan Horse, now equipped with Centurion tanks, the friendly forces take up their battle stations. Outcrop of rock provides an excellent grandstand from which the battlefield may be surveyed. And, well, needless to say, the enemy forces are appropriately dispatched. The battle over, the site of another of India's great river projects, the Matalila Dam, is selected as an appropriate place for the luncheon interval. And, inspired by the occasion, a local poet was moved to compose verses of welcome on the spot. We welcome you, Dr. Nkrumah, as Prime Minister of Ghana. When we heard about your coming, we ran hastily to meet you. Sir, we welcome you 100 times. May you live for 100 years and do good to your country. Please do not forget India, O dear respected friend from Ghana. May you prosper day by day and keep healthy always. O learned sir, do come to India always with your friends. While at Jhansi, Dr. Nkrumah was invited to be guest of honor at a special game of bicycle polo. Nowadays, the high cost of maintaining polo ponies would make it difficult for young Indian Army officers to enjoy the sport. So bicycle polo is the answer. But it seems to be a bit tough on the leg muscles. Now, here's the real thing, as played in Delhi. Mr. Nehru is here to enjoy the game with his good friend, in whose honor the match is being played. The origin of polo as a game goes back hundreds of years into Eastern history. General Timaya, Chief of the Army Staff and a most distinguished Indian soldier, helps the Prime Minister to distribute the prizes. And now we see, with the slow-motion camera, the graceful details of the tent-pegging display which the mounted troops gave in the Prime Minister's honor. The lance, the sword, and the band, and barely a false move. All done in reality at full gallop. Now the Indian Air Force, and here a squadron of Hunter supersonic jet planes takes off at a special air display in Delhi. Air Marshal Mukherjee, commanding the Indian Air Force, is there in person. So is Mr. Krishna Menon, Minister of Defense. Yes, it really can be done. There are many types of aircraft to be inspected. This is not a spaceman from Mars, but an Indian fighter pilot in his pressurized suit. The Prime Minister tries the cockpit of a jet fighter for size. No, it's not too uncomfortable on the ground, but Mr. Menon prefers to stay outside. Dr. Nkrumah, now thoroughly air-minded, accepts a lift in the helicopter to his next appointment. While in Bombay, Dr. Nkrumah is the guest of the Admiral in charge at the Bombay Naval Dockyards and goes on board the frigate Mysore. A fine view of the Bombay waterfront from the vessel. Not an easy descent, but the vast development of Bombay's naval dockyards is a most impressive sight, and not to be missed. Nor is India in any way backward in her approach to modern scientific development. Here, near Bombay, is a new atomic energy establishment where Indian scientists are endeavoring to apply this exciting new power medium to peaceful ends. India, however, like Ghana, is essentially an agricultural land. And here the party sees how modern planning methods and industrial advancement can help agriculture. Until recently, almost the whole of Bombay's milk supply came from congested buffalo herds in the city itself. Now the herds thrive in good farming land outside the city, and the milk is bottled and delivered daily under perfect conditions. The Prime Minister is invited to plant a tree to mark his visit. And here at Delhi, Dr. Nkrumah sees for himself how young Indian and overseas students are trained to apply science and education to the business of producing more food. In some ways, this is the root of one of India's greatest problems, how to feed the 400 million mouths within the boundaries of the land. Mr. Bensah, Ghana's Minister of Works and one of the party, deputizes for the Prime Minister in visiting a typical village community, so as to see at first hand something of those very lives lived by the millions of country folk of India. Of course, the welcome is terrific. There are gardens. A traditional drink made from sugarcane. still more garments. A foundation stone to be laid. A plaque to be unveiled. Speeches, of course, and more most generous gifts. This, indeed, is the heart and soul of India. And this is India's heritage from the past. These are some of the architectural wonders of the world in which India is.
On Friday, the 7th of July 2023, join the African Integration Day celebrations live on Smart 24 TV as we dive deeper into unity and diversity for a borderless Africa with expert leaders across the continent. Ziyad Hamoy, the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance, Joseph Abaga, RGD Consulting and Logistics Limited and ex-president for Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders, Samuel Ajamang from the Single African Market Program, Dr. Farid Arthur, National Coordinator for the African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office in Ghana, Trudy Hatzenberg, Executive Director, Trade Law Center, and Catherine Toureria Mitia, Coordinator, Willett Africa. The event will start at 9 a.m. East African Standard Time. Smart 24, driving business.
It's our mission to secure your money.
Protecting your money is as important as earning it. It is for this reason that the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda, DPF, was established by the government of Uganda to provide deposit protection to customers of regulated financial institutions. In the unlikely event credit institution or microfinance deposit-taking institution fails, the DPF will pay you up to 10 million Uganda shillings. Keep your personal information such as national identification number, mobile phone, or an alternative bank account updated with your banker. Terms and conditions apply. For more information, contact DPF at Aha Towers, Plot 7 Lodell Road, Kampala. Call 0312-206-400 or visit our website at www.dpf.or.ug.
We are the DPF. We protect your money. Protection Fund of Uganda.
Uganda waraji batusako manrane chikona tena tekobu seko season yakuna savu July kuma mal papas hall usasule kwa MTN mobile money usasule kuma chitundu MTN usasule nega komitano iga sistemu kagatano stamu enda munana hasha kwa MTN ufune tiketi yokati wabula kumulyango usasule mitwale ebiri yepe mitwale tano ate meza ya milioni 2 munana July koni ni hotel mkono mwenda July ni kan resort elweza 15 July France Africa Jinja abiri mbili July Maria Flema Saka abiri mwenda July Afro Club Eka Sangati ate yoyo noku yingi na mutualo wafujini dwa musente Talent Africa Victoria University Suzu Property Consultants Pepsi Max Uganda Waraji ne
MTN. Say goodbye to paperwork and travel costs. Now every MTN customer can register to invest in securities anytime and anywhere with Zabu in a few simple steps. Step 1. Dial *292 hash. Step 2. Select option 1. Register with Zabu. Step 3. Enter your full names. Step 4. Enter your national identification number. Step 5. Enter your national identification card number. In 24 hours, you will receive an SMS confirming your registration. Congratulations, you are now ready to invest. Smart 24, driving business. On Friday, the 7th of July 2023, join the African Integration Day celebrations live on Smart 24 TV as we dive deeper into unity and diversity for a borderless Africa with expert leaders across the continent. Ziyad Hamoy, the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance. Joseph Abaga, RGD Consulting and Logistics Limited and ex-president for Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders. Samuel Ajemang from the Single African Market Program. Dr. Farid Arthur, National Coordinator for the African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office in Ghana. Trudy Hatzenberg, Executive Director, Trade Law Center, and Catherine Toureria Metia, Coordinator, Willett Africa. The event will start at 9 a.m. East African Standard Time.
So rich, and of which she is justifiably so proud. On a visit to Agra, Dr. Nkrumah's party pay the customary pilgrimage to Fatehpur Sikri, that great red sandstone capital city built more than 300 years ago, which because of constant drought was destined to have a working life of no more than 14 years. Virtually abandoned ever since, it remains a place of pilgrimage to the tomb of the beloved saint Sheikh Salim Chishti. A sensational spectacle is given by the divers who leap from the ramparts into a remarkably shallow water tank below. Agra, however, and its tombs and palaces, is the true monument to Akbar the Great, the famous Mughal emperor who spent his whole lifetime building. This was his palace, or should one say, his many palaces within a palace. Here still are the gardens, places of peace and tranquility. And the vast mosque, beautiful in its proportions. And here are the very marble thrones where sat in state emperor and empress. And the trellised Jasmine Tower, surmounted by its golden pavilion, where died in 1666 Akbar's grandson Shah Jahan, builder of the famed Taj Mahal. As he lay dying, he could see it across the river Jamna, just as visitors see it today. 30 years earlier, his beautiful young wife had died in childbirth, and prostrate with grief, Shah Jahan dedicated himself to build in her memory a monument of unrivaled beauty and magnificence. It is fitting that a tender love story should have brought into being this loveliest of memorials, this dream in marble, this poem in stone. The visit, however, is now over. And as we recall to mind some of the highlights of a memorable occasion, may we also remember the words of the two Prime Ministers in the statement they issued before they said goodbye. During his stay in India, it said, the Prime Minister of Ghana had many informal and friendly talks with the Prime Minister of India. In particular, they discussed the recent developments on the African continent and welcomed the awakening amongst the people of Africa and their great desire for freedom and independence. They expressed the hope that the countries of Africa which are not free at present would gain their independence through constructive and peaceful methods. The two Prime Ministers deplored policies of racial discrimination in some parts of Africa. They agreed that current international problems cannot be solved by war, but only through peaceful methods. They regarded as urgent the economic and social advancement of both their countries, as well as of others in Asia and Africa. They regarded as a tragedy the application of scientific knowledge for destructive purposes and called for the immediate stoppage of all nuclear tests. Finally, the statement ended, the two Prime Ministers are happy at the friendly relations existing between their two countries, which has been further strengthened by the visit of the Prime Minister of Ghana to India.
Airport, and the drummers and the banners were out to welcome an important visitor, Prime Minister Dr. Kwame Nkrumah from Ghana. The plane was delayed an hour by engine trouble in Accra, but when Dr. Nkrumah eventually arrived, he received a warm welcome from the Prime Minister of the Federation, Alhaji Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. The Guard of Honor, 48 strong, was found by the 1st Battalion, the Queen's Own Nigeria Regiment, who brought their mascot along. Dr. Nkrumah carried out the inspection, his first official duty of a visit which was to last 12 days. After his stay in Lagos, tours were to be made of the 3 regions and the Cameroons. It was a fine opportunity for the Prime Minister to see how life is lived in a country soon to follow in the independent steps of his own. After the military ceremonies were complete, Dr. Nkrumah walked across to meet ministers and people important in the life of the federal capital. In the Prime Minister's party were Mr. Krobo Edusi, now Minister of Communications and Transport, Mr. Kojo Botsio, Minister of External Affairs, and Mr. Kofi Bako, Minister of Information and Broadcasting. From the airport, Dr. Nkrumah left for the federal ministerial residence, where he stayed during his time in Lagos. Later, there was a reception to welcome the distinguished guest to Nigeria. Alhaji Abubakar Tafawa Balewa posed with his visitor. For this was a historic occasion, the first time that a Prime Minister of an independent Ghana had visited the Federation. Then, both Prime Ministers awaited the arrival of His Excellency the Governor-General and Lady Robertson. Again, there were more pictures to pose for. There can be no doubt that many topics relating to West Africa's future would be discussed during the next 12 days, and many personal friendships made, which would help towards the establishing of a close understanding between Nigeria and Ghana. The police band provided the music, and the party was attended by some 500 guests. During his stay in Lagos, Dr. Nkrumah went to the new naval headquarters at Apapa, known as Her Majesty's Nigerian ship Kwara. He came by launch from Government House. The naval force is the youngest of Nigeria's fighting services. It became part of the armed forces in May 1958, but over a year earlier, training of the first entry of junior ratings had begun. The basic course lasts for 6 months and includes every aspect of life afloat. The name of the station is, of course, a historic one, for in 1832, the Kwara was one of the first ships ever to go up the River Niger. There can be no doubt that Dr. Nkrumah found this visit extremely interesting. The more so because for the first time, and to quote Sir James Robertson, Nigeria has her own navy in which Nigerians may serve on the high seas for the protection of their country. After taking farewell of Mr. A.G. Gardner-Brown, the acting Deputy Governor General, Dr. Nkrumah left for his next visit to the Yaba Trade Center. At the center, he was welcomed by the Federal Minister of Education, the Honorable Aja Nwachukwu, the Principal of the Center, Mr. W.T. Konke, and the Permanent Secretary to the Ministry of Education, Mr. V.H.K. Littlewood. The Yaba Center is an important part of the system of training young men for trade and industry. With the great expansion programs which are underway, Nigeria needs skilled craftsmen well versed in modern techniques, and at Yaba, the work of providing them is being carried out. Dr. Nkrumah saw many aspects of the center, including the fitting, turning, and cabinet-making shops. The Motor Engineering Department also came in for close inspection, and wherever he went, the 49-year-old Prime Minister of Ghana received a warm welcome from the students. Then to the Mainland Hotel for a civic luncheon given by the Lagos Town Council. Oba Adele II spoke first.
A great pleasure to propose a toast of our distinguished guest of honor this afternoon in the passing of Dr. the Honorable Kwame Nkrumah, MP, on behalf of my chiefs, councillors, and all my people. Unless we really learn to respect these traits in one another, we can never achieve true harmony. We are happy to say that here in Nigeria, members of the Ghana armies are free and happy to pursue life in their own way. We are proud to say that the majority of them are worthy citizens of this country and true ambassadors of their country. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to request all of you to stand up with me and drink the health of Dr. the Honorable Nkrumah and his ministers.
Next, there was the presentation of a Yoruba gown and cap, a splendid souvenir for Dr. Nkrumah, a reminder of his happy and useful visit to the Federation. He then replied,
Your Highness, Deputy Governor, Councillors, ladies and gentlemen, perhaps what you have just done to me is but a demonstration of the goodwill that exists between Ghana and Nigeria. Perhaps I could only show myself to you as I am now, and that will be the end of my speech. But if I do so, I don't think I'll be doing justice to myself, or Your Highness, and the councillors. And so I want to take the occasion to say that I am most happy indeed to be your guest in this Asian city. And I want to thank you for the very warm welcome which has been extended to me and my party by you and fellow citizens of Lagos. As you said, Your Highness, Lagos has had a long association with Ghana. In 1874, for purpose of their own administration, the colonial, or rather the British colonial government, joined your town administratively with what was then the Gold Coast colony. Many things have changed since that time. We in Ghana have been sovereign and independent for almost 2 years now, and Nigeria stands on the threshold of independence. I believe that the basis of true friendship and good neighborliness is genuine frankness, and it is for this reason that I wish to correct the wrong impressions in Nigeria and elsewhere regarding the measures we have had to take to preserve law and order in Ghana. In taking steps to rid Ghana of violence, terrorism, and subversion, the government has had the unpleasant but necessary duty to deport, among others, certain persons from Nigeria.
It was quite all right.
Your Highness, I do not want to use this occasion as a platform to give detailed explanations of my government actions in respect of these deportations. But I should like to stress that every case was thoroughly examined before action was taken to deport the persons. Your Highness, we look, however, upon deportations and preventive detention as purely temporary measures designed to guarantee the stability of the state and preserve our hard-won independence. In Ghana, we are determined that the sovereign will of the people and the ballot box should constitute the only channel by which a political party can come to form a government. I believe that both Nigeria and Ghana have a great future as strongholds of democracy. And mark you, sir, democracy is not a new thing to our African way of life. It is inherent in our traditions and culture.
Then, with the thoughts and scenes of his own country very much in mind, Dr. Nkrumah said,
We have been criticized because some of our Nigerian brothers have been deported since independence. I wish to make it quite clear that those who have been deported because their conduct was found to be inimical to the security of the state. We could not detain them under the Preventive Detention Act. We could only, with painful reluctance, deport them. But when we deport them, where do they go? I understand some of them have been with us for years. And I think even their connection here is so remote that when they come, they don't even they can discover a home. Your Highness, it will be of interest to know that there are in Ghana today some 200,000 Nigerians who are engaged in honest business and are making a positive contribution to the economic and social life of the country. Such people are welcome and will always be welcome in Ghana. There is in Africa today a political ferment and a yearning for freedom and unity of African peoples everywhere. The achievement of freedom and unity is the main preoccupation of all leaders' nationalities in Africa today. Towards that end, a free, independent, and sovereign Nigeria, in association with other independent African states, can make a positive contribution. Your Highness, we look forward to the day when the leaders of the various West African territories will be able to come together for the purpose of exploring ways and means of bringing the conception of West African unity to a reality. That day, I'm sure, is not far distant. And now, Chairman and Councillors, I wish again, on behalf of the government and people of Ghana, to thank you for the warm and spontaneous welcome accorded me and my party since our arrival here in Lagos. We look forward to our tour around the country, and we hope to return with happy memories of Nigeria and her people. Again, I thank you.
When he returned to Lagos from his visit to the regions and the southern Cameroons, Dr. Nkrumah held a press conference at Ikeja Airport.
We should hope to initiate or establish in Ghana the institutions of...
Oh, so many. I give an instance. For example, your administrative school at Zaria has very much impressed me. But I've always believed in, local government as the basis of all, democratic setup. And that's really impressed me, and I think it's a thing which Ghana should copy. You have a government, local government school, you see, but it doesn't go that far. It's only for local government administrators, but you have really a broad base for it, and that really impressed me very much. That's one instance I can give.
Mr. Prime Minister, I was taking back in South Africa. It was reported sometime about 2 weeks ago that the Minister of External Affairs in South African government said that the intention, let me call it the intention of the government of Ghana to send a representative to the South African government, even though he was not opposing it, but that he felt that the South African government could not consider it in view of the fact that before a government could exchange diplomatic representatives with another government, the government of that country should have been consulted. But in that light, did the Ghana government ever plan to send, to exchange diplomatic...
Well, naturally, it's the intention of the government to have, diplomatic relations, especially by way of High Commission and ambassadorial type to any of these countries. And the matter was really our intention. But as you know, according to all diplomatic relations, there must be consultation on this matter. If the South African government said no, there's nothing we can do. So it's quite right there in making that statement, that it needs consultation.
Mr. Prime Minister, a few minutes ago you gave us an instance of a Guinea national who was sentenced in court and ordered to be deported, but that your committee or your cabinet decided that he should not be deported. But don't you think that is overriding the decision of the court?
Oh no, the court, you can. That's according to law. You see, the court orders, but once the court has ordered, I think that's the end of it. The executive can do anything. Do the wrong thing here, the government should naturally have a discussion with the leaders of the Western region, and I had a talk with the Premier. And I think the area is quite cleared now for real, lasting and better friendship. That's what I can say.
This visit by the Prime Minister of a neighboring state had been a great success. Dr. Nkrumah left with a clear appreciation of the Nigerian way of life. The friendships he had made and the discussions which took place will obviously be of great value to both countries. The Federal Prime Minister walked with him to the Ghana Airways plane, which was to fly him home to Accra. Before he boarded the aircraft, there were more farewells to be taken for many new friends there were to wish him bon voyage. The visit had been successful from all points of view. The 12-day tour was over, but the benefits which will spring from it in the years to come cannot yet be estimated.
On Friday, the 7th of July 2023, join the African Integration Day celebrations live on Smart 24 TV as we dive deeper into unity and diversity for a borderless Africa with expert leaders across the continent. Ziyad Hamoy, the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance. Joseph Abaga, RGD Consulting and Logistics Limited and ex-president for Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders. Samuel Ajamang from the Single African Market Program. Dr. Farid Arthur, National Coordinator for the African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office in Ghana. Trudy Hatzenberg, Executive Director, Trade Law Center, and Catherine Toureria Mitia, Coordinator, Willett Africa. The event will start at 9 a.m. East African Standard Time. Smart 24, driving business.
I'm a manager of Manyakabi Area Cooperative Enterprise. It was formulated way back in 2004. We are mainly in 3 enterprises: maize, beans, and soybean. We do cleaning, sorting, grading, and packing, and we sell them as grains. But for maize grains, we add value. We mill, sell it as maize flour and animal bran. Staff who are in administration, the number did not increase. But in the sales department, the number increased. In the milling team, now we have 3 shifts. So in the milling team, it increased from 6 to 18. In the animal brand, they used to be 2, now they are 10. Total number of staff increased to 28 if you include all the staff. Usually in the mornings, there are many youth here who are doing loading and offloading trucks. Our working relationship with UDB is very good. We applied for 300 million, which was approved, and they gave it to us in early 2020, around March. It was a 7-month loan period, and we successfully paid it. And after paying it, within 2 weeks, we got our second loan of 300 million. So that one, it helped us so much. Even in other banks, I think they cannot make a record of giving another loan in a period of 2 weeks. They were distributing food in Kampala. We were able to supply. The prices went up, farmers were happy that the production volumes increased. The sales increased of maize flour. Even it stimulated even our own farmers to put more effort to increase the volumes of maize grains because there was a market. And this, because we were milling, it brought more high returns profit to both the farmers and the NCE. Those who used to harvest 3 to 2 bags In the same area now they are harvesting 8 bags.
Ruri nari nima ekemu njamu kilo 10 ezikora 5 chokana nejoininga Manyakabi cooperative nebanyamba nebanyigirizo kurima burungi nenima ekemu njamu kilo 10. Sente zenaja mu nimiro zange mu byali nima nsomese abana bange nenzimba enyumba.
On a year basis, we are producing 150 metric tons of what? Of maize flour. But now we are producing between 200 and 250 metric tons per month. So you can see we are dealing in large volumes of grains. We have increased from 324 million to over 1 billion. UDB funds has helped us to remain resilient and also to compete favorably with other big players in our business sector.
Uganda Development Bank, inspiring development.
Smart 24, driving business. On Friday, the 7th of July 2023, join the African Integration Day celebrations live on Smart 24 TV as we dive deeper into unity and diversity for a borderless Africa with expert leaders across the continent. Ziyad Hamoy, the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance. Joseph Abaga, RGD Consulting and Logistics Limited and ex-president for Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders. Samuel Ajemang from the Single African Market Program. Dr. Farid Arthur, National Coordinator for the African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office in Ghana. Trudy Hatzenberg, Executive Director, Trade Law Center, and Catherine Toure-Mitia, Coordinator, Willett Africa. The event will start at 9 a.m. East African Standard Time. Smart 24, driving business. On Friday, the 7th of July 2023, join the African Integration Day celebrations live on Smart 24 TV as we dive deeper into unity and diversity for a borderless Africa with expert leaders across the continent. Ziyad Hamoy, the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance. Joseph Abaga, RGD Consulting and Logistics Limited and ex-president for Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders. Samuel Ajemang from the Single African Market Program. Dr. Farid Arthur, National Coordinator for the African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office in Ghana. Trudy Hatzenberg, Executive Director, Trade Law Center, and Catherine Toure-Mitia, Coordinator, Willett Africa. The event will start at 9 a.m. East African Standard Time. All right, good morning, and it's indeed a good day to be alive. Welcome on board to Smart 24 Television and obviously to the business community wherever you are. It is yet another wonderful day and a great one indeed as we celebrate the Africa Integration Day. And of course, as we continue to celebrate the Africa Integration Day, you must be reminded that this time round we are celebrating unity and diversity for a borderless Africa. So our conversations today will be definitely driving into that particular direction in regards to creating a borderless Africa or a borderless market for the African traders in that particular aspect. But of course, the entire kind of conversations rotate around African integration and how important the African Integration Day is to all the people across the continent. To all of you who are coming to us live, we are on GOTV channel 320, then DSTV's channel 372. You should be reminded that we are also streaming live on YouTube for those that are able to stream with us across the continent. And then also you should be reminded to download the Smart Digital app where you can easily stream Smart 24 TV wherever and of course anytime you wish to as well. So when you look at the objective of the African Integration Day is to promote and unity, create collaboration and culture exchange among the African nations and fostering a sense of shared identity and progress across the entire continent with one common goal that is mainly rotating around a prosperous and integrated Africa. So we are aiming to create this awareness for all of you, the viewers, and as well the entire business community wherever you are in relation to what we have for you in today's broadcast. And of course, speaking of the broadcast, we shall be having a panel of discussions featuring expert viewpoints which will be coming in from different African experts across the continent. As you can see, we shall be having Ziad Hamoy, who is the national president, Ghana Borderless Alliance. We shall as well be having Karine Toure Yemitia, the coordinator, Will at Africa. And on the other hand, we shall have Joseph Abaga, who is the RGD Consulting of Logistics Limited, and he's also the ex-president for Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders. Then we also have Samuel Ajemang, who is the Single African Market Program coordinator, Dr. Farid Arthur, coordinator, National African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office in Ghana, and Trudy Hatzenberg, the executive director, Trade Law Center. So our conversations are already kicking off here in studio at Plot 42 Nile Avenue in Kampala. And of course, as we are having these conversations, joining me on this particular roller coaster ride to kickstart off our discussions for the African Integration Day, I'm joined by Andrew Othieno, who is an economist and an expert in trade matters across the continent. Good morning, sir. Many thanks for joining us.
Good morning.
All right. And speaking of the African integration, first, please say hello to the viewers and everyone watching us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sonko. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude for having been invited to this program.
Okay.
It is indeed a great pleasure. Smart 24 TV is doing the country and the African continent a great service by celebrating this important day.
All right. Speaking of how important the day is, how important is Africa Integration Day in promoting unity and, of course, cooperation amongst the African nations?
Africa Integration Day comes across to highlight and pinpoint certain issues that we have definitely achieved. Let me start by saying African economic integration in Africa is becoming an extremely important phenomenon on the African continent from both the theoretical and practical standpoint. As you know, we have various regional economic communities in West Africa, for example, the Economic Community of West African States.
Okay.
We have the East African Community, we have the South African Development Community. So a day such as this one is coming to bring us together to celebrate our achievements and actually continue to aspire along those lines.
Okay. And of course, I want to understand that when you look at bringing together different regions to at least combine together, have discussions together that will lead to a prosperous African continent and maybe lead to economic development in the long run. What do you believe should be the main focus of our African government to ensure that African integration can easily be achieved?
The main focus of African governments should be to ensure that there's connectivity among African nations. For people to be able to move from one country to another as easily, as efficiently, as effectively as possible is of great importance. It is also of great importance to make sure that we are able to transfer our goods from one nation to another. Therefore, from my perspective, interconnectivity is of greatest importance. If we're able to communicate with each other as easily as possible, if we're able to visit from one country to another as easily, as efficiently, as effectively as possible, of greatest importance, therefore, is interconnectivity amongst African nations, amongst the regions, and within the African continent as a whole.
Oh, well, I want to believe we also have some key hindrances to this integration, or what you could say, things that have actually pushed back the integration agenda, or that are actually acting as setbacks, or, you know, at times in the long, if you're moving in a journey, there are always a few challenges here and there. What are some of those, if you're to look at it, that are still undermining, or that at least that most of the African countries are facing in the quest for African integration?
Okay. First, I'll start with the issue of infrastructure. We're aspiring towards a borderless Africa, but then again, like I mentioned in the beginning, interconnectivity is of greatest importance. Therefore, road networks are definitely still a challenge between some countries amongst themselves. But traveling from Uganda to Congo, for example, is definitely a great challenge. Traveling from Uganda to South Sudan is definitely still a great challenge. Infrastructure-related problems, which requires for us, therefore, to graduate to the rail networks, graduate to the, as much more infrastructure that we can bring to increase the efficiency. Another issue of greatest importance, I wouldn't say of greatest importance, but another hindrance is security. Nations definitely have a lot of security-related issues in mind when it comes to opening up their borders. You could open up your border, and recently we had a very unfortunate incident, for example, being attacked by rebels. Let me not get into the details of that, but opening up borders is also very security sensitive. And in the recent past, we've had a lot of coups in various African nations. Let me not get into those details also. But other than infrastructure, security-related concerns are a very, very big hindrance for the African nations.
How are we dealing with this? Because you see, at times we always have shortcomings that have solutions in the end. And then we have those who are, some issues that are natural disasters that are only, we only need to upgrade our crisis management kind of situations. But when you look at some of these key challenges that you've highlighted, how do we deal with them, or how do we sort them to ensure that we look at a progressive African integration which is ideally realistic?
Okay. From the aspect of regional integration, I'm grateful for the fact that it is not only the African governments that realize they can achieve peace and security amongst themselves. We have what we call the African Union. And the African Union also has a force for peace and security. If, for example, Uganda is attacked by rebels, we could definitely call on the African Union to send their peacekeeping rebels. Therefore, having an institution at a much higher level than the governments themselves to ensure that forces are on standby to ward off whatever might be illegal encroachment into various countries. That's from the peace perspective. From the economic perspective and the infrastructure, that's the reason we have the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, for example. They are pushing pillars such as infrastructure, they are pushing pillars such as trade facilitation, they are pushing pillars such as communication. Therefore, institutions that can coordinate among various African nations to bring them to the table to come to mutual agreement regarding issues of that nature is of greatest importance. That is how we can solve problems of that nature.
All right. Well, you've mentioned something to do with African markets here, the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is pretty much giving opportunities for African countries to access markets. And the idea of creating a borderless Africa makes sense with the AFCFTA. When you look at the trade capacity of Africa, where do you see it personally, and what do you think we should do to enhance this free market agenda?
Okay. From the trade perspective, in all honesty and tongue-in-cheek, I should say we are still very far behind.
Okay.
There's a lot for Africa to yet achieve regarding the trade-related aspects. Intra-African trade within the regional economic communities themselves, for example, is still at very low levels in comparison to how we trade with the rest of the world. Not just inter-African trade, but among the regions themselves, and also inter-regional trade is still at very low levels, especially because of the infrastructure-related challenges that we've spoken about, especially because of the security concerns. Lack of interconnectivity does not facilitate the trade we require amongst ourselves. It is still at very low levels in comparison to the rest of the world. Amongst ourselves, I think we trade at a scale of 5%, and with the rest of the world we trade 20-25% and much more. There's still a lot more to be done. There's still a lot to be desired along those lines.
Well, I think with the African Integration Day, as we continue with our conversations here, is one of those particular days when we get to sit back as the African countries or as the African continent to create room for unity and prosperity, because as a continent at large, we need to create one market, security, and of course, obviously, these are some of the key things that will lead to economic prosperity and of course social development, if you come to think of it. When you look at the previous Africa Integration Day celebrations, which success stories would you wish to share with our viewers here to at least know that ever since we started celebrating the Africa Integration Day, these are some of the key things that we've looked at, and these are some of the key things that African countries have been able to achieve?
From the economic perspective, one issue that I would highlight definitely is the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, what we call the PAPS, that has been initiated by the AFCFTA Secretariat in Accra, Ghana. This is being heralded, is being championed by the Afrexim Bank and the African Development Bank also, if I'm correct. But we're trying to make sure in one way or another in the past year that we can actually exchange our own currencies amongst ourselves. The various currencies that we have in all our 54 plus African nations is a great hindrance to us. Being able to transact not in foreign currency but in African currency and simplifying that convertibility is of greatest importance. There's no need for me to trade with a Kenyan in US dollars. I can do so in the local currency, which is what the PAPS, the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, is addressing. From the infrastructure perspective, I'm really impressed by the progress we're making with the standard gauge railway in East Africa. We're trying, we're doing our very best. I really would like to laud our own government and His Excellency himself for the effort we have made along those lines. It is going much slower than we had expected, but we're definitely making progress from the infrastructure perspective of things.
Okay. And of course, for the viewers out there today, we are celebrating the Africa Integration Day, and obviously under a theme that is definitely creating unity and diversity for a borderless Africa. And our conversations are really rotating around the same for all of you who are actually viewing wherever you are. But well, besides that, as we continue with this, let's look at the economic development and trade facilitation across Africa. In what ways can this African Integration Day contribute to this growth?
African Integration Day brings the various regional economic communities, like I said, together to celebrate what has been achieved. What, therefore, a day such as this one can do is for us to review, monitor, and evaluate what have we done in the past together, what hindrances have we faced, what exactly can we consider to be our priorities, etc., etc. Therefore, we are not coming together on a day such as this one to beat drums and blow trumpets about the fact that this is the much that we've been able to do, from the positive perspective, but we're coming together on a day such as this one to evaluate, to reminisce, to find out what is it exactly in the past year that we have not just achieved, but we have not achieved to the extent that we expected ourselves.
Okay, and Africa is known to be a culture-driven continent, a continent that is driven on cultures, norms, tradition, because of the different ethnic groups on the continent across. When you look at the issue of culture, how does culture, or how will culture facilitate the growth of African integration? How can we use our culture as Africans and the traditions that we have in various countries to foster this agenda of African integration?
If you look at the common heritage of various African nations in comparison to neighboring countries, etc., Africans actually do have a common heritage. There isn't much difference. You might have the Nilotics and the Bantu and all the various tribal groups that you have here and there, but there's a lot that we have in common. It is nothing but the borders that separate us. We definitely have a common heritage amongst ourselves. Rwanda and Burundi, with all due respect, is not very different in their the lingua that they speak. The Swahili that we have in common amongst ourselves in East Africa. Not too sure about the West Africans and the South Africans, but there's definitely a lot that we have in common that is simply divided from that border perspective, which was drawn up for us. The borders we have in Africa today simply separated what were initially very united cultures that collaborated and cooperated amongst ourselves. How we will be able to do so, therefore, is to create not just social. There are ways in which, from the social perspective, from the cultural perspective, that we can interact. There's a lot of common culture between the Kenyans, the Jogodola in Uganda, and the Luo next door in Uganda. Like I said, the Rwandans and the Burundi, they're literally speaking the language. They're celebrating the same culture. From that perspective of things, we definitely have a lot in common, and if we open up our borders, therefore, people can re-establish that commonality amongst ourselves. I can go as far as saying there could even be a lot of intermarriage amongst the various cultures. There could be a lot of education exchange. There could be a lot of cultural exchange, etc. Appreciating each other's culture, embracing each other's culture, and celebrating each other's culture.
Okay, so you want to believe you believe that celebrating each other's cultures can as well contribute to this great sense of African identity. Looking at the East African community, per se, for now, where do we start from if we are to say we want to create room for economic development and progress? We've had a little bit more of a challenge because of the fact that there's change, there's difference in these exchange rates when it comes to the shillings and the Rwandese francs, for example. All these countries are actually not having the same rate of it. But then how can we foster trade fast within the region? We've been doing so well, by the way, in the past few years, ever since the East African community was put into place. But what way can we create a stronger economic foundation for East Africa that can actually lead or be benchmarked by the other African countries?
Of greatest importance is allowing the free movement of people and goods.
Okay.
We have a saying in economics, the people follow where the money goes.
Yes.
If the borders are open and there's a lot of trading opportunity between Kenya and Uganda, a lot of trading opportunity between Tanzania and Kenya, you will definitely find a lot of cohesion coming naturally, depending on what is being traded, depending on the quality of goods, depending on the quantity of goods. Therefore, the fiscal disparities that you've been talking about come across because of the hindrances that are placed on us as various African nations, specifically because of the borders that create a lot of division, that create a lot of policy disparities. The policies in Kenya, from the economic perspective, and the policies in Uganda are of great difference. We do not have the cohesion required to actually create commonality amongst ourselves regarding the goods that we're trading. We're competing with each other very strongly, which we shouldn't be doing. Okay. Comparative advantage is the direction we should be taking. If the Kenyans are growing the tea much better than we do, they can definitely go ahead and do so without us struggling to compete with them. Opening up borders and allowing free movement of people and goods and facilitating them to be able to go along those lines would definitely go a long way to facilitate even more trade and create cohesion from the fiscal perspective.
All right. And well, indeed, for the viewers out there, we now head into our first commercial here in regards to the break. But when we return, we have more conversations related to that. But later on, we shall be joined by a key of our discussants that are across the continent who will be joining us via Zoom interface as we continue to commemorate and celebrate the Africa Integration Day, as we celebrate unity and diversity for a borderless Africa. This is Smart 24 Television, and we join the rest of Africa to celebrate the African Integration Day. For you who is still viewing and who is part of this, wherever you're catching us from, please stick around with us, because after the break, we'll return with more conversations. Good morning. On Friday, the 7th of July, 2023, join the African Integration Day celebrations live on Smart 24 TV as we dive deeper into unity and diversity for a borderless Africa with expert leaders across the continent. Ziyad Hamoy, the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance. Joseph Abaga, RGD Consulting and Logistics Limited, and ex-president for Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders. Samuel Ajemang from the Single African Market Program. Dr. Farid Arthur, National Coordinator for the African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office in Ghana. Trudy Hatzenberg, Executive Director, Trade Law Center, and Catherine Toureria Mitia, Coordinator, Willett Africa. The event will start at 9 a.m. East African Standard Time.
Cooking oil like no other. makes your meal so sweet and scrumptious. The taste of Uganda. Yeah, the taste of Uganda. The taste of Uganda. Yeah, I want ya.
Waliwo abagamba nti okuyiiya emizannyo si muzannyo, olina okwewaayo n'okukkiririza ennyo mu ky'oyiiya. Olina okubaayo n'omuntu akuyambako. Naye olowooza omuntu ng'ekyo kimuli mu musaayi ebyo bimulya? Anti aba yazaalibwa kukola ekyo. Tega Pearl Magic Prime ne Pearl Magic Loco. Sigala ng'oyungiddwako olabe engero zaffe ennyuvu nga bikoleddwa mu ngeri eyaffe ey'ekinnansi.
Say goodbye to paperwork and travel costs. Now every MTN customer can register to invest in securities anytime and anywhere with Zabu in a few simple steps. Step 1. Dial *292#. Step 2. Select option 1. Register with Zabu. Step 3. Enter your full names. Step 4. Enter your national identification number. Step 5. Enter your national identification card number. In 24 hours, you will receive an SMS confirming your registration. Congratulations, you are now ready to invest.
These days, our homes are no longer just the places we live. It's where we attend meetings, go to class, keep each other safe, and entertain ourselves. To do this smoothly, you need a reliable internet connection. Buy the MTN WakaNet router, which connects up to 32 devices and gets a free 40 GB data bundle at only 149,000 shillings. Or buy the MTN WakaNet MiFi at only 75,000 shillings and enjoy a free 15 GB bundle to stream, study, work, and play on the go. Visit any MTN service center to buy the MTN WakaNet router or MiFi and enjoy the internet that does amazing things.
On Friday, the 7th of July 2023, join the African Integration Day celebrations live on Smart 24 TV as we dive deeper into unity and diversity for a borderless Africa with expert leaders across the continent. Ziyad Hamoy, the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance, Joseph Abaga, RGD Consulting and Logistics Limited and ex-president for Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders, Samuel Ajamang from the Single African Market Program, Dr. Farid Arthur, National Coordinator for the African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office in Ghana, Trudy Hatzenberg, Executive Director, Trade Law Center, and Catherine Toureria-Mitia, Coordinator, Willet Africa. The event will start at 9 a.m. East African Standard Time. We'll be back from the break, and many thanks for joining us. This is the African Integration Day celebrations coming to you live from Plot 42, Nile Avenue. This is Smart 24 Television as we continue to give you more of these conversations and discussions. Well, remember, you can as well be part of us by joining these conversations. That is on our Twitter Live now. We are on there, Smart 24 TV now. Also on our YouTube channel, Smart 24 TV. Please remember to as well subscribe. Obviously, as we continue to have our conversations looking at unity and diversity for a borderless Africa, I'm still with Andrew Othieno, an economist and expert in trade across the continent, obviously, as we continue to look deeper in creating room for African integration. And well, Andrew, when you look at African integration, we've already been establishing different bilateral relations, and of course trying to work hand in hand with other government or organizations, that is non-government organizations across the continent, even working with the international donors and international organizations. But looking deeper into this, how can the African governments work with these organizations to collaborate and enhance, regional infrastructure and of course trade connectivity on such a milestone of the African Integration Day?
Okay, the international organizations, what we call in economics development partners, definitely have a lot to contribute, and they have indeed done so. There's a lot of technology transfer, for example, that they can contribute to. That, with all due respect, at an stage. In this day and age of globalization, it is digitalization that we're working towards. They can contribute from the technological perspective. They can also contribute from the technical perspective of things. The infrastructure and the levels it has achieved at the moment, we're trying to get to rail networks, for example. The development partners could definitely offer as much assistance as they can with the technical expertise required for the transportation and the infrastructure that we're trying to achieve. Again, from the technological perspective, in this day and age of globalization, it is digitalization that we're working towards. Everyone is looking at their cell phone. Everyone is on a laptop. Everyone is live on television, etc. Therefore, the technological aspect and the technical aspect of things is where development partners can come in. They have been kind enough also to offer finances for us to work according to our own priorities, according to our own agenda, which will be a discussion for another day, but those are the three main issues: technical, technological, and financial.
Well, of course, and of course, besides that, how can African Integration Day help address these political challenges? We have, Africa has always been, known for a little bit more of the politicking of its economy and everything. But how can this African Integration Day and, of course, the agenda of African integration and, of course, its, the objectives of it lead to, a stable political environment for Africa?
I would like to slightly disagree about the fact that it is mostly the politicking that we've been doing. There has been a lot of economic progress that we have made. What we have been lacking is the information circulation required. What Smart 24 Television is doing right now, the questions you are asking me, and I'm sure there are hundreds of other economists around, not just Uganda, but East Africa and the African continent as a whole, who have information of this kind to share. What we need to be doing, or how can governments go ahead to make sure that we're integrating much more than we're doing at the moment, or than we've done in the past. Information circulation is of greatest importance. I would like to use the example of Smart 24 TV as an example. If this was airing not just in Uganda but in East Africa and the wider African continent, and we same thing, the AFCFTA Secretariat, for example, sits in Accra, Ghana. What happens there on a daily basis should be reported in Uganda, in East Africa, in the Southern African region. What happens in Addis Ababa at the African Union Commission? We need to know about these things. Information circulation is of greatest importance. We definitely have political challenges, but there's a lot of economic prosperity that we have achieved. It can only be known through information circulations, through wonderful networks such as these.
Okay. Now, which opportunities is the African Integration Day providing for the young people? We look at the African continent as a continent that is actually still growing with a continent that is growing, a continent that has got a lot of young people as the majority of the population. By the look of things here, how does the Integration Day set pace for African youth getting into these conversations of changing the narrative on the continent?
Making the African youth, which are the next generation of leaders, who are the next generation of leaders, is of greatest importance. Making them aware, I should say, of this day. I wouldn't be surprised if you went around the streets of Kampala to ask about African Integration Day, and you wouldn't find many fellow Ugandans who know about this day. If you went on the streets of Kigali, of Nairobi, this is a day that is just coming to pass. However, we need to beat the drums much louder for the African youth to be aware of a day of great importance such as this one. Help them comprehend, appreciate, embrace, acknowledge the fact that there is a day of this nature that exists. This is a day for them to celebrate, and help them understand by defining for them. We've heard about the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. What is it all about? We know about the East African Community. Have we broken it down? Have we unpacked these agreements for them? To understand, to appreciate, to embrace? Are we actually inspiring them to go across the borders? Courtesy of the East African Community? Are we aspiring our traders and entrepreneurs, most of whom are youth and women also, to go much further than the East African region and trade according to the AFCFTA? Enlightening them, defining things for them, helping them comprehend this to the extent that they can discuss it amongst themselves and come from the theoretical to the practical perspective of it. Not just to know about this, but to do it also.
Well, African young people, youth, we have youth leaders who are active in business, and there are some barriers that are limiting them, such as capital and everything. But when you look at some other countries or some regions, you get to realize that there is a lot of self-centeredness when it comes, I don't know whether it's the right word for me to use, when you look at countries like Kenya, you look at countries like Nigeria per se, when you look at North African countries where the youth are having innovations, that are way above other countries. How are we going to create a room whereby all youth can at least see themselves at the same pace? Because this is where we can easily see a true Africa developing sustainably and creating room for African integration.
Okay. Well, with all due respect, the Western world is the Western world, Asia is Asia, Africa is Africa. I wouldn't want to say that we're trying to get our youth to actually achieve development, achieve entrepreneurial skills, innovation, etc. at the same pace as the other parts of the world. Africa will go at Africa's pace. We will hold the hands of our youth and lead them according to their own comprehension, etc. But of greatest importance, therefore, I just wanted to highlight the fact that where the other parts of the world have reached, that was their story. Africa has its own story that we're trying to tell. We're not trying to catch up with them. We will go according to our own pace. It will not be dictated to us. Access to finance is of greatest importance to the youth. Holding their hands and guiding them and letting them know, training them, capacity building, I should say, not just the access to finance aspect of it. Let me put it in plain terms, the money is there in the banks for them to actually access to initiate these businesses, to sustain these businesses. Another problem also, when I mention the word initiate, it brings to mind the fact that some of them actually do start these businesses, but they don't run for a very long time. 3, 4, 5 months, 2 years. Again, bearing in mind that COVID happened recently, these businesses, very good ideas as they might have been, have actually died. So the lifespan, I should say, of a business for the youth is rarely of the length that one would want it to be. Therefore, guiding them, enlightening them regarding issues surrounding access to finance and how they can work with financial institutions regarding the innovative ideas that they have in mind, and offering the capacity building required for them to become the businessmen and women that they want to be.
Okay, all right, capacity building. Now let's get into the opportunities that the African Integration Day presents for promoting sustainable development and environment conservation efforts across Africa. Andrew, we as well look at climate change. Very big concern now. Conversations across the continent is looking at climate change. Factors that affect climate change or that are leading to climate change. What do you see as the things that we should prioritize as a continent to see this happen?
The issue of climate change, you're very right, is of great importance. Also, it is something that we need to address within the shortest time possible, or else 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, we'll look back and wish that we had actually established foundations for this environment-related ecosystem before it collapsed right in front of our face. There's a lot that has to do with environment when it comes to, or how should I say it, there's a lot of collaboration required between countries, I should say. Everybody knows about the fact that Congo, for example, has an environment system where it is raining literally most of the year. You will never hear of anything like a drought happening in Congo. Therefore, what they have done, or what they have regarding the environment in a country such as Congo, needs to be extended to a country such as Uganda, but we have a border that is dividing us. Of greatest importance, therefore, is for us to be coming to the same table to discuss these issues. The environment doesn't belong to Uganda alone, to East Africa alone, to the African continent alone. The environment belongs to the world as a whole. However, we have to come from the nuclear perspective of it. Coming and sitting down at the table to celebrate a day such as this one again is helping us to discuss issues regarding policy, discuss issues regarding business, discuss issues regarding trade and trade facilitation. But you've mentioned a very important point. We need to consider the environment also, which slowly but surely is crumbling right in front of us as we speak. Very many other parts of the world have faced a lot of challenges. They've faced a lot of natural calamities. They've faced Africa is very lucky, actually. If anything, we need to come to the table. Is of greatest importance, not for Uganda to set their own environmental policies, Kenya to do the same, Congo, etc. This has to be done from an African perspective. The environment is priority in addition to the open market that we're trying to aspire towards.
Okay, and well, of course, when you look at the private sector participation, I do love the fact that we're going to be having conversations of different private sector players today. When you look at the private sector conversations here and there, looking deeply into understanding what leads to, the continent's growth and prosperity, how can we actively engage the private sector? Because the continent is wide and the economy is highly driven by private sector players. How can we promote the continent's growth and prosperity, but mainly through the private sector?
The private sector is, as His Excellency has said very many times, and very many other leaders in government say, the private sector is the is the engine that drives an economy.
Okay.
They're the ones in the driver's seat. If the private sector decides to put all their tools down, decide to hoard their profits and whatever it is that they're making, we definitely wouldn't be able to. Sorry about that.
Well, of course, our conversations will definitely be continuing here as we look deeper into understanding the African Integration Day. Of course, the agenda here is briefly to look at creating unity and diversity for the entire African nation. That is exactly what we do have here. But of course, we do have conversations that are definitely going to be rotating. Just a simple hiccup of that is because we do have guests who are definitely going to be joining us on our Zoom interface. That is Ziad Hamoy, the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance. I want to believe he's the one who's been contacting you at the moment. So our viewers should definitely be following up with this conversation. So Ziad Hamoy will be joining us shortly in regards to what we are discussing here, the African Integration Day, under the theme celebrating unity and diversity for a borderless Africa. Andrew, the private sector once again. The private sector players in this on the continent entirely have shaped Africa for the past 20 years. And if we speak of shaping Africa for the past 20 years, one would believe it should be them to lead the agenda of African integration economically. Really, how are we going to help and support them? How can the African governments support them?
The private sector is of great importance. Again, sorry for the slight hiccup there, but we have another guest coming, and I'll say very briefly, the private sector needs to be given ownership of how the economy is run. They need to be involved much more. So much more I'll say on that, but we're waiting for another guest to come on. I wouldn't want to enter into his time. We can definitely discuss much further on that, but if there's another individual coming,
then we can easily get into more conversations, obviously.
Exactly.
But well, of course, for the viewers out there who are still with us here, thank you very much for sticking around. But stick again, because it does seem like our conversations are being built up more and more as we get to engage with our guests who will be joining us via Zoom interface. Ziad Hamoy will be coming up shortly after the break as we converse African integration, and more discussions shortly coming up. Good morning. On Friday, the 7th of July, 2023, join the African Integration Day celebrations live on Smart 24 TV as we dive deeper into unity and diversity for a borderless Africa with expert leaders across the continent. Ziad Hamoy, the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance. Joseph Abaga, RGD Consulting and Logistics Limited and ex-president for Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders. Samuel Ajemang from the Single African Market Program. Dr. Farid Arthur, National Coordinator for the African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office in Ghana. Trudy Hatzenberg, Executive Director, Trade Law Center, and Catherine Toure-Mitia, Coordinator, Willett Africa. The event will start at 9 a.m. East African Standard Time. On Friday, the 7th of July, 2023, join the African Integration Day celebrations live on Smart 24 TV as we dive deeper into unity and diversity for a borderless Africa with expert leaders across the continent. Ziad Hamoy, the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance. Joseph Abaga, RGD Consulting and Logistics Limited and ex-president for Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders. Samuel Ajemang from the Single African Market Program. Dr. Farid Arthur, National Coordinator for the African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office in Ghana. Trudy Hatzenberg, Executive Director, Trade Law Center, and Catherine Toure-Mitia, Coordinator, Willett Africa. The event will start at 9 a.m. East African Standard Time.
My name is Msingu Jotham. I work as General Manager, Kayonza Growers Tea Factory. This is a smallholder tea factory presently owned by 8,000 smallholder outgrower farmers. We thank government of Uganda through UDC. They have supported Kayonza Growers Tea Factory with a tea processing line. Before government support, we are getting challenges with processing green leaf because farmers would produce more than the factory would handle. I'm glad to mention that today we are able to handle all the raw materials that come from farmers, because at first we had the 2 lines that would only be able to process getting challenges of processing raw material. Farmers would produce more green leaf volumes than the capacity then. We are now able to handle all the green leaf volumes received from our smallholder farmers very effectively.
My name is Twinomusha Johnson. I am a tea farmer of Kayonza Growers Tea Factory. Formerly, it was run
and Kayonza has been able actually to produce the best tea in the country because of that. Allow me also to wish all Ugandans a happy Independence Day celebration as we
Luxury redefined at Seasand Hotel as you indulge in the splendor of elegant living fit for the royalty that you are. Step into comfort, pampering and blissful customer-centric service as you select from our range of comfy, exquisite living quarters furnished to meet with your royal preference. Surrounded by scenic beauty, our tropical setting allows you to escape the glamorous ordeal of city life. Our ambient green gardens will guide you to a place of revitalizing rest. The 3-star restaurant caters to your palate, serving your choice menu ranging from exotic cuisines to local delicacies. Our chefs will serve you full-course meals for a truly out-of-this-world culinary experience. Our fully stocked bar to whet your throat, from renowned global brand whisks, brandies, gins, beers and wines to our locally celebrated beverages, you will not lack for any brewage. It's an all-new experience in the East at CSUN Hotel. So visit today at plot 15 to 19 Spire Road, Ginger, or contact us on +256 751 719 960 and +256 785 354 614 for reservations. CSUN Hotels, luxury redefined.
On Friday, the 7th of July 2023, join the African Integration Day celebrations live on Smart 24 TV as we dive deeper into unity and diversity for a borderless Africa with expert leaders across the continent. Ziyad Hamoy, the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance; Joseph Abaga, RGD Consulting and Logistics Limited and ex-president for Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders; Samuel Ajemang from the Single African Market Program; Dr. Farid Arthur, National Coordinator for the African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office in Ghana; Trudy Hatzenberg, Executive Director, Trade Law Center, and Catherine Toureria Metia, Coordinator, Willett Africa. The event will start at 9 a.m. East African Standard Time. All right, we'll be back from the break, and many thanks for joining us here as you are tuning in to Smart 24 Television. And obviously our conversations are deep, bigger, and are definitely rotating around the Africa Integration Day, celebrating unity and diversity. For those who are joining us on the Twitter space, many thanks for joining us as well, because we are also live on the Twitter space, the African Integration Day, Unity and Diversity for a Borderless Africa. My guest in studio is, of course, Andrew Othieno, who is an economist and, of course, an expert in trade matters across the continent. So we've been having a full hour of conversations. But, of course, at the start of it all, I did mention that on such a day, we definitely have to be engaging different stakeholders in regards to African integration and, of course, the private sector. And of which we do have another person joining us on our set of discussion here. And this is Ziyad Hamoy, who is the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance. As you can definitely see on your screen, our conversations again are deeply into discussions rotating around the Africa Integration Day. Good morning, Ziyad, and many thanks for joining us here on the African Integration Day celebrations. I hope you can get us wherever you are currently.
Yeah, hello and good morning from Accra, Ghana. It's a pleasure to be here, and of course, a happy African Integration Day to everybody and to all of the listeners. Thank you for organizing this very pertinent show.
Well, of course, we are trying to get Mr. Ziyad Hamoy, but we're still having some issues to do with the technicalities in the sound. Of course, to get sure that we get our conversations right, he's currently coming in from Ghana and getting us via a Zoom interaction here. And of course, you get to realize that this is a very big day of discussions and setting out different policies to create room for the African Integration Day in that particular situation. Mr.
Hello, good morning
Ziad
from
Hamoy, do you get us?
I can hear you clearly, actually. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Ziad. Good morning. Great pleasure to see you. And happy Africa Integration Day. Good morning, everyone.
They might have some issues with the connectivity of the sound.
The volume, even for South Africa, isn't coming through.
On Friday, the 7th of July 2023, join the African Integration Day celebrations live on Smart 24 TV as we dive deeper into unity and diversity for a borderless Africa with expert leaders across the continent. Ziad Hamoy, the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance. Joseph Abaga, RGD Consulting and Logistics Limited and ex-president for Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders. Samuel Ajemang from the Single African Market Program. Dr. Farid Arthur, National Coordinator for the African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office in Ghana. Trudy Hatzenberg, Executive Director, Trade Law Center, and Catherine Toureria Mitia, Coordinator, Willet Africa. The event will start at 9 a.m. East African Standard Time. Say goodbye to paperwork and travel costs. Now every MTN customer can register to invest in securities anytime and anywhere with Zabu in a few simple steps. Step 1. Dial *292#. Step 2. Select option 1. Register with Zabu. Step 3. Enter your full names. Step 4. Enter your national identification number. Step 5. Enter your national identification card number. In 24 hours, you will receive an SMS confirming your registration. Congratulations, you are now ready to invest. Smart 24, driving business.
Hello tech lovers, we have had this conversation before about the iPhone 15, but today it's a special bite as we have to look at the futures of the Pro and the Ultra iPhone 15. Now, Apple iPhone 15 Ultra is an upcoming mobile by Apple. The phone is rumored to come with a 6.70-inch display. Apple iPhone 15 Ultra will also at the same time come with 8 GB of RAM. Now, as far as the cameras are concerned, the Apple iPhone 15 Ultra is rumored to pack a triple rear camera setup featuring unspecified primary camera and a 48 megapixel camera. Apple iPhone 15 Ultra is based on iOS, which of course has a connectivity option on the Apple iPhone 15 Ultra as said to include the USB Type-C. iPhone 15, iPhone 15 Plus, iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max will be equipped with larger batteries than the iPhone 14 series that was launched last year. According to the reports, Apple will equip the iPhone 15 Plus with a 4,912 megahertz battery, expected to be the largest battery to debut in an iPhone to date. Now, the iPhone 15 Ultra has been tipped to be a very high-end take on the next-gen iPhone Pro Max, with rumors swirling away even through the iPhone 14 Pro Max, which is now 6 months old. Early leaks tipped the iPhone 15 Ultra as an iPhone Pro Max replacement, as Apple looks to refine its premium handsets. Now, more recent reports have hinted that the Ultra isn't in Apple's near-term plans. We may not see this phone until 2024 at the earliest. It sounds as if the iPhone 15
On Friday, the 7th of July 2023, join the African Integration Day celebrations live on Smart 24 TV as we dive deeper into unity and diversity for a borderless Africa with expert leaders across the continent. Ziad Hamoy, the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance; Joseph Abaga, RGD Consulting and Logistics Limited and ex-president for Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders; Samuel Ajamang from the Single African Market Program; Dr. Farid Arthur, National Coordinator for the African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office in Ghana; Trudy Hatzenberg, Executive Director, Trade Law Center; and Catherine Toure-Mitia, Coordinator, Willett Africa. The event will start at 9 a.m. East African Standard Time.
We actually recently did some training. Yeah.
All right, now we are back, and many thanks for joining us once more again. And apologies first and foremost in relation to a little bit more of the sound technicalities that we've been having. Now, currently we are joined by two of our key panelists of the day as well. We have Ziad Hamoy, who is the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance. He's on the Zoom interface currently to take us through these kind of discussions. And we also have Trudy Hatzenberg, the Executive Director, Trade Law Center, that is Tralak, who are already on the Zoom interface, and of course they've been having conversations where we've been off here, but so we want to join them and we get into a proper understanding of the African Integration Day. Good morning, Trudy, and good morning, Ziad. Many thanks for joining us, and hope you are able to hear us now.
We can indeed hear you. Good morning, everyone. Pleasure to be here, and happy Africa Integration Day to everybody.
Happy African Integration Day to you too, Trudy. Let me get to Ziad. Ziad, how are you? Good morning. Are you able to listen to us or hear us now?
I can hear you loud and clear. Happy African Integration Day and greetings from Ghana.
Indeed, many thanks for joining us. We are indeed pleased that you are able to connect to us now. Well, speaking of the issues to do with the African Integration Day, I'll start with Ziad. How is Ghana, by the way? And how is it when it comes to discussions around African integration? Do the people out there understand what this really means?
Okay, thank you. And that's a good question. You know, integration is something of heritage in Ghana. Ever since the first president of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, led the pathway for African independence in 1957. And so it's kind of heritage. It's embedded into people. So we much pro the integration, and we regularly on government organize events, side panels, and conversations around the meaning of integration, even though sometimes all of it is not too rosy because the aspirations are very in contrast with the realities on the ground. And that is what we try when we collaborate and when we observe and commemorate days, just to put an emphasis on some of the aspirations, on why it is important for the average African, for why it makes a lot of sense, and why it's in the interest of each and every African to integrate and to become one, because as one, we are stronger. And so integration is a very meaningful concept, but there are 55 countries across Africa. There's a lot of work that needs to be done to align the interests and the laws and the management of all of the resources across this continent. Eventually, what is integration? Integration is about, in an oversimplified definition, integration is about the common management of the resources of various countries. Human resources,
me and Andrew are here in
financial
studio. I want to
resources.
believe Trudy is in South Africa.
Yes.
Trudy, first of all, let's get into understanding South Africa and how life is out there. Since last year, there have obviously been quite a number of presidential visits. Even this particular year, we've seen President Cyril Ramaphosa having to invite quite a number of African presidents. And this is where we want Africa to go, where we can have interactions and, of course, build bilateral relations. How do you think the political space can promote diversity and, of course, lead to sustainable growth in regards to the African Integration Day?
Thank you so much. Colleagues, political leadership for regional integration is absolutely critical. We need our leaders to provide a vision for where African integration take us. So, linking to what Ziad has mentioned, we need to make it relevant to the ordinary citizens in all our countries. We are a number of very, very diverse countries. Some are small and landlocked. 33 are least developed countries. 16 are landlocked. And so we all face very significant challenges. South Africa is one of the larger economies, of course, but it also faces its own challenges. And it is looking to Africa, actually, to provide an opportunity for growth and economic development, for sustainable development. And very importantly, South Africa has experienced in recent years capacity. South Africa, it is particularly important that the AFCFTA, which really becomes a very important pathway to promote African integration at the continental level, not sub-regional, but at the continental level, is also a framework for Africa's industrialization. It matters to South Africa, which has lost some industrial capacity, but it also matters equally to those smaller countries which have small, nascent, infant industries. It's an opportunity to attract investment, to diversify and develop our productive capacity, creating jobs, creating an inclusive economic system across the continent. And this is why, from South Africa's perspective, we're really excited about the African Continental Free Trade Area. It means once the AFCFTA operation, all trade on the continent would take place under some preferences, either the REC trading arrangements, be a free trade area or customs union, or under the AFCFTA. That is extremely important because we still face, in terms of trade, for example, between South Africa and Ghana, so where Ziad and I are sitting this morning, we face significant tariff and other barriers. And the AFCFTA can break those down. And as we break those barriers, we create opportunities for all the streams of integration. Because colleagues, integration is such a complex process. It involves what you and I do when we travel across the continent and go and deliver training, for example. When a small-scale woman trader trades across a border, that's regional integration. When a small service provider goes to another African country and starts a coding business with a laptop and a mobile phone. All of those are integration initiatives. So it is not just the big ticket items, the large investors that, for example, and the big producers, the big traders that are promoting integration. Integration is something to which every African contributes, and I think that's really important to keep in mind. So we have to make it easier, to make it safer, to make it more convenient, less costly for us to engage in these cross-border economic activities. Because the political borders, to be honest, they cut across opportunities. And the borders become impediments in some instances to exploring new opportunities. But in many instances, providing information about the opportunities that exist still remains a challenge. How does the information about integration and what the important value and the development opportunities are, where do we get the information? And Ziad and I were just talking about small-scale traders earlier on. If you go to a border post and you ask about the AFCFTA, for example, then some traders will say to you, what is that? Colleagues, we've got a lot of work to be done there, but it is an opportunity, and we celebrate those opportunities on Africa Integration Day.
All right, Ms. Trudy here, I wanted to have a very simple question here in relation to the progress of the African Integration Day. Of course, since we started celebrating African Integration Day, where have you seen the progress so far, and where do we need some changes?
This is the big picture question. This is the million-dollar question, of course. Colleagues, I think what we've got to keep in mind is that integration is an incremental progress and a process. It doesn't happen overnight. So, as Ziad has said, we've been working on integration literally for decades already, and progress has been made. If we just think about the opportunities that young people have on the continent to explore opportunities in the digital economy and digital trade space that wouldn't have existed even 10 years ago. If we take a look at formal trade figures, we might become despondent because we say, well, you know, only 16 or 17% of Africa's trade is on the continent. But colleagues, that doesn't take into account the informal trade, which is enormous in certain parts of the continent. The question then is, how do we make informal trade safer? And how do we bring those informal traders who are avoiding the border posts to the border posts, which are safe, efficient, and assist them to trade legitimately and quickly and safely in a secure environment? So there are a lot of opportunities for us to improve the trade facilitation environment, to lower the transaction costs of doing business, to build infrastructure, but also to take a look at the soft infrastructure. For example, building roads. That's one step, a very positive step, but it's not enough on its own. We've also got to take a look at harmonizing of regulations, for example, transport regulations, the axle load limits. If we have a limit on one side of the border post that is 40 tons, but across the border it's 30 tons, that doesn't work because it means that we're going to go down to the lowest common denominator. So if we harmonize regulations, we can actually promote trade across the continent. But development of digital infrastructure, this is such an important one because the digital divide is still so enormous. For that, we also need energy security. And again, there's a positive opportunity here with renewables. Africa is the continent which is poised for the most enormous opportunities to develop sources of renewable energy, but also to trade energy across the continent and even beyond. So when we take a look at the challenges which are obviously there still, we've really got to look that they present opportunities for us to promote integration. But very important also, promoting African integration, promoting cross-border economic activities, the value chains, attracting foreign direct investment to create jobs and so on, can also change the way Africa trades with the rest of the world. And for me, this is one of the most exciting opportunities about the AFCFTA. It's not an inward-looking arrangement. It really is about changing not only what we do on the continent, but how we engage with the rest of the world, so that Africa can benefit from the resources it has, including the human resources. And I think here, African innovation is often overlooked in certain sectors, but we have so many individuals who are contributing to research and development, product, process innovation, and so on. We need to support them because they can become those drivers, not only of integration, but of sustainable, inclusive development for all.
All right. Let me get back to Ziad here. Ziad, when you look at what Trudy has been mentioning, she's mentioned something to do with the African Continental Free Trade Area. The AFCFTA has been a very key program that all African governments are looking at deeply. But surprisingly, on the, when you look at the other side of it, is that implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area in most parts of the continent is still a long journey. How do we then make sure that at least in the next 5-10 years, the AFCFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Area, which seems to be a new journey for the African traders, and of course the opportunity for us to grow as a continent, how do we then utilize the African Continental Free Trade Area to break through and see that there is economic transformation and development across the continent? Your take on that, Ziad?
Oh, thank you. That's a great question, but I would like us to take a couple of steps back as we look and to assess really the status of the AFCFTA, because as they say, if you don't know where you were, you won't know where you're going. So we need to know where we were and where we are at the moment and where we are going in the future with regards to the implementation or the status of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Up to 2018, it was still a work in progress. And then heads of state came together in Kigali 2018, signed the agreement, and then started ratifying, that is domesticating it internally and depositing their approval and consent to that. Until April of 2019, in April 2019, a month after that, the agreement entered into force, and countries currently stand at 46 ratifications and more are still coming in with the actual deposit ratifications. So as it stands, a lot of legal work and legwork has been done on this agreement. It's not true that there hasn't been work. Now, when we talk about the implementation, keep in mind, as Trudy was saying earlier, that this is a long-term process. And as I recall correctly, one time when His Excellency Secretary General of the AFCFTA, Wamkeli said, there's no pill for industrialization or integration where you swallow it in the evening and then you wake up integrated or industrialized. It's a long-term process. And the fact of the matter is that the AFCFTA is meant to be an accelerator or a catalyst in order to accelerate African economic development. Because here's the thing, today in 2023, we look back at 50 years or 60 years of work, common governance work across Africa, and we find out that it hasn't improved too much in the terms of the economic development, because Africa still produces very little goods and services. And the main objective of the AFCFTA is to help the continent and its countries to produce more local goods and services. We do export a lot of raw material. However, there's very little value addition in most of the countries. Even the most industrialized of the African countries have very little. Trudy earlier mentioned, regrettably, a true fact about deindustrialization in some African countries. We need to reverse that, because it is in the interest of Africa and its companies and its citizens to create more economic opportunities in the countries. So I think if we look at the AFCFTA from a trade perspective, we have three main components that the AFCFTA is supposed to help us with. The first one is the most evident one for trade, and that is that you need to find a product or a service. You need the goods. So whether a product or a service, you need to create more local goods. Then you need the markets. You need to identify the markets across, where you're selling it from, where you're buying it from. And finally, you need the logistics to move these goods or services from where they are produced to where they are consumed. And all of this would require a kind of a mindset away from trading with Africa to trading across Africa. And the whole concept of celebrating integration is to say that we have to come together to look at our pool of resources, to add more value to it, to produce more of it, to the benefits of our people, our companies, and all of our governments. As one, we can survive. I think the status of the implementation of the AFCFTA has been set too high for the expectations of many, simply because of the heritage of carrying all of the expectations from the various regional economic communities, and then throwing all of this pile of expectations from across 55 countries onto one very recent entity. AFCFTA Secretariat is less than 5 years old. But look at how much has been achieved so far with so little resources. And this brings me to the next step of how to accelerate African integration. We need to first of all leverage the resources internally, which would allow African integration to take place. And this will mean, and now we are coming back full circle, because you need to generate local buy-in and support from your communities, from your business communities, from your local communities, from your border communities. Because without the support and the buy-in from the people who own the agenda on the ground, then you can't go very far with the policymakers. And my very last point, and that has to do with the availability of the information and the data that would allow policymakers to make informed decisions. If we go on assuming that intra-African trade is pegged at a certain level, whether 15% or 80% or in between, then we are missing the bigger picture where there's a lot of trade going on and that is not captured. And so how are you going to make an informed decision without knowing exactly what is moving across your borders? And so we need to know what's going on. And that will mean that we need to start to shift our attention more towards the borders, the border communities, all the agencies, the border procedures, and to look at how to simplify this transition from one country to the other, of people who cross the borders, of the goods who cross the borders, of the finances and the information that cross the border, and that we need to make sure that we make sense of that and we use it to make more informed decisions going forward.
All right. Now, lastly, let me get back to Trudy. Trudy, your final remarks in just a minute, obviously. But I would want you to at least give or send a message to the African governments on such a day, the African Integration Day.
We have a very short period of time.
Thank you so much for that. I think African Integration Day is an opportunity for us to reflect, assimilate, but also to aspire to the potential that African integration has. As Ziad has mentioned, the AFCFTA presents a unique opportunity. There is so much interest across the continent. Although he's recognized that information down at the citizen level needs to be enhanced, and I think that's extremely important. But there's also significant global interest, and we've recognized that to improve integration, to achieve the objectives of the AFCFTA, we need to take a look at the very comprehensive agenda. I would put a lot of emphasis on the non-tariff barriers. Colleagues, they are important. Trade facilitation is not only about facilitating trade, it's also about facilitating cross-border economic linkages, building the value chains as we source inputs, as we source skills, and that's a very sensitive issue because we need to recognize that integration requires cross-border movement of persons as well. So there are challenges, but this is an opportunity to do a reality check and also to develop a pragmatic, a realistic agenda and start in an incremental manner to put in place these building blocks as we progress together to the opportunities that the AFCFTA and other arrangements and initiatives offer us on the continent. Thank you.
Back to Ziad now. Ziad, your final remarks as well in regards to your message on this fruitful day of the African Integration Day.
Let me first of all say that there's a lot that needs to be done, but it is building on some of the good works that have been done so far. If we don't know where we were, we can't know where we're going. And we want to go towards a more integrated continent where goods, people, finance, information flow freely across the continent to the benefit of the governments, of the businesses, and citizens of Africa. Integration is in the interest of everybody, and so we need to continue to support all of the initiatives that help Africa to progress into the future, and the future that we look at and that we hope for Africa is a prosperous one, a peaceful one, and a progressive one. And I wish more of that for years to come. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
And Lady Trudy Hadzenberg is the Executive Director, Trade Law Center. Many thanks for joining us, including Ziad Hamoy, the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance. Of course, my guest in studio here, Andrew Otieno, has 2 words for the both of you here as we conclude with our conversations. Andrew, you can take this away now.
All right. I simply want to offer a message of gratitude, express my sincere gratitude on behalf of all economists in Uganda, on behalf of all trade experts. I've benefited a lot from TRAILAC, Ms. Trudy Hadzenberg. It was indeed a great pleasure having you on board this discussion. Greetings to all your colleagues at TRAILAC. Comrade Ziad Hamoy, very good friend and brother. It was very, very wonderful to have you in this discussion. Also, this isn't the last time that you'll be hearing from Smart 24 TV. We'd like to diversify this discussion, this dialogue regarding regional integration from the regional perspective, continental perspective to the greatest extent possible. Thank you very much to both of you. You will be hearing much more from us. This dialogue is only just beginning. Have a wonderful African Integration Day. Cheers.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
All right, thank you very much. And of course, those 2 guests, one was from Ghana and then the other from South Africa. The one from South Africa is Ms. Trudy Hadzenberg, the Executive Director, Trade Law Center. And then the National President for Ghana Borderless Alliance is Ziad Hamoy, who is coming in live from Ghana. We have more guests coming up immediately, and we shall be building up on the same in relation to the Africa Integration Day. For all of you who are still on the Twitter space as well, many thanks for that. We'll stick around with us as we return with more conversations immediately after the break. Good morning. On Friday, the 7th of July, 2023, join the African Integration Day celebrations live on Smart 24 TV as we dive deeper into unity and diversity for a borderless Africa with expert leaders across the continent. Ziad Hamoy, the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance. Joseph Abaga, RGD Consulting and Logistics Limited and ex-president for Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders. Samuel Ajamang from the Single African Market Program. Dr. Farid Arthur, National Coordinator for the African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office in Ghana. Trudy Hadzenberg, Executive Director, Trade Law Center, and Catherine Toure Mitia, Coordinator, Willett Africa. The event will start at 9 a.m. East African Standard Time.
Uganda waranchi bakusako manrane chikona tela tekobo seko season yakuna sabu July kuma mount papa's hall usasule ku MTN mobile money usasule ku mchitundu MTN usasule nega komitano iga stemu kagatano stamu enda munana hasha ku MTN ufune tiketi yokati wabona ku mulyango usasule mitwale 2 yepe mitwale 5 ate meza ya milioni 2 munana July Golden Hotel mkono mwenda July Nikan Resort Terweza 15 July France Africa Jinja Abiri mbili July Maria Flema Saka Abiri mwenda July Afro Club Eka Sangati ate yoyo noku yingi na mutualo wafujini dwa musente Talent Africa Victoria University Suzu Property Consultants Pepsi Max Uganda Warranty Ne
MTN
Luxury redefined at Seasand Hotel as you indulge in the splendor of elegant living fit for the royalty that you are. Step into comfort, pampering and blissful customer-centric service as you select from our range of comfy, exquisite living quarters furnished to meet with your royal preference. Surrounded by scenic beauty, our tropical setting allows you to escape the glamorous ordeal of city life. Our ambient green gardens will guide you to a place of revitalizing rest. The 3-star restaurant caters to your palate, serving your choice menu ranging from exotic cuisines to local delicacies. Our chefs will serve you full-course meals for a truly out-of-this-world culinary experience. Our fully stocked bar to whet your throat, from renowned global brand whisks, brandies, gins, beers and wines to our locally celebrated beverages, you will not lack for any brewage. It's an all-new experience in the East at Seasun Hotel, so visit today at Plot 15 to 19 Spire Road, Ginger, or contact us on +256 751 719 960 and +256 785 354 614 for reservations. Seasun Hotels, luxury redefined.
On Friday, the 7th of July 2023, join the African Integration Day celebrations live on Smart 24 TV as we dive deeper into unity and diversity for a borderless Africa with expert leaders across the continent. Ziyad Hamoy, the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance, Joseph Abaga, RGD Consulting and Logistics Limited and ex-president for Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders, Samuel Ajamang from the Single African Market Program, Dr. Farid Arthur, National Coordinator for the African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office in Ghana, Trudy Hatzenberg, Executive Director, Trade Law Center, and Catherine Toure-Yamitia, Coordinator, Willett Africa. The event will start at 9 a.m. East African Standard Time. On Friday, the 7th of July, 2023, join the African Integration Day celebrations live on Smart 24 TV as we dive deeper into unity and diversity for a borderless Africa with expert leaders across the continent. Ziad Hamoy, the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance. Joseph Abaga, RGD Consulting and Logistics Limited and ex-president for Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders. Samuel Ajamang from the Single African Market Program. Dr. Farid Arthur, National Coordinator for the African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office in Ghana. Trudy Hatzenberg, Executive Director, Trade Law Center, and Catherine Toure Mitia, Coordinator, Willett Africa. The event will start at 9 a.m. East African Standard Time. All right, we'll be back from the break, and of course our conversations once more continue. We have quite a number of panelists who are supposed to be joining us here. Of course, we've already had initially two, one from Ghana and then the other coming in from South Africa. Of course, these particular ones have definitely been taking us through the African Integration Day and its importance and why we definitely need as a continent to follow up on more of these kinds of conversations that lead to prosperity and economic development across the continent. It is the African Integration Day, celebrating unity and diversity for a borderless Africa. The catchword there is borderless, and of course with Ziad Hamoy, who is the national president, Ghana Borderless Alliance, clearly put it out there in relation to why we need to create a borderless situation for the African prosperity to continue. But well, of course, as we continue with these discussions, I'm still with Andrew Othieno in studio here at Plot 42 Nile Avenue in the heart of Kampala. Now we're having two more guests joining us on the Zoom interface. I told you we quite have a number of stakeholders within the African integration agenda, and of course we are so delighted that they are joining, and of course to share their views and perspectives in relation to this fruitful day. Of course, when it comes to the other guests that I have Joseph Abaga, who is the RGD Consulting and Logistics Limited, also ex-president for Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders, who is joining us this particular time. And of course, not only that, we do have Miss Karine Yamitia from Cote d'Ivoire. She's the procurement and supply chain expert, and of course the chair, Willett Cote d'Ivoire, and also coordinator, Willett Africa. And of course at the same time we have Hafsa Outara, of course, who is also joining us this particular morning here when it comes to the East African Standard Time. Of course, Miss Karine, good morning and many thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm very glad to join.
The African Integration Day to you.
Okay, and thank you for this opportunity and for connecting also the entire continent, you know, eastern part, southern part, western part. I'm based in Cote d'Ivoire, and yes, that day means a lot to us. Integration, you know, since 2019, the head of state decided to establish that day just to commemorate and to celebrate the integration of the entire continent. We've talked a lot since many years, many decades about integration, but now we have to move to the next step to make it very practical and to really increase awareness across the continent about that word. Not only a word, but it means significantly something very deep, and the entire population in the continent needs now to think what has been done so far, to make a proper analysis, and just be part of these activities to know where we are going together in unity.
Let me get to Mr. Joseph Abaga, RGD Consulting and Logistics Limited. Many thanks for joining us, but first you will help me get the right full pronunciation of the second name. Good morning.
Good morning. Am I online? Good morning.
Yes, good morning and happy Africa Integration Day, Mr. Joseph Abaga. I don't know whether that's the right pronunciation of your surname.
The pronunciation of my second name is Agbaga. Agbaga. Joseph Agbaga.
Joseph Agbaga. Many thanks for joining us once more. How important is Africa Integration Day to you, and what does this mean to Africa?
I think this has been long overdue as a continent for us to integrate. In Ghana, we've been talking about integration for so long, and I'm happy that in my lifetime, something like this is happening before even I retire. So it is a welcome thing that is happening to Africa, and we must go beyond just the mere talks, but to put everything in practical, so that within the borders of Africa there should be a completely free movement. This is my first introduction that I want to talk about. Thank you.
And of course, I love the fact that you said it is something that you're thankful for, that it is happening before you even retire. That means the things that you've been pushing for in your time of work are things that you are able to enjoy through as well. But looking through and understanding African integration, Mr. Agbaga Joseph here, what should the Africans really understand about such a day? Because you see, we are having a generation which is now filled up with young people who are more aware of the various trends globally and across the borders of their countries. How do we then integrate them into the same particular boat so that we can sail together for one common goal of prosperity and economic development across the continent?
Short to put it is the reorientation of our mind. That even though there is a country called Ghana, there is a country called Togo, and the rest, it is just a name, just like I'm called Joseph and someone is called Samuel and someone is called Mary or Aisha, but we are the same. We must make a conscious effort to change our mind. We should emancipate from that slavery of that we see each other coming from another country as a different person. But once we keep that brotherliness and then the sisterhood together, we will be able to depart from how we ourselves in our minds have divided ourselves. So if we will be able to break that barrier that is in our subconscious, that is the way forward, and that will change the game.
Karen, for the women in Africa, we have always had conversations that lead to engaging women. Gender equality has been a very huge move across the African continent, and we can definitely see the rise of women in leadership, women in business spaces as well. How can we utilize the African Integration Day to ensure that the young girls, right from the different deep roots of African heritage, get into a space where they can comfortably compete health-wise on the opportunities available across the continent?
Okay, African women represent almost half of the population across the continent. Almost 50% of the people in Africa are women. And it's a significant number. We cannot do anything, we cannot progress without involving that category, that group. So in Africa, we have to build an integration, inclusive integration, thinking about women and youth. So you mentioned it, the younger one. So from the beginning, not only when people are old or when they are in adulthood, but since the childhood. So what we do at WILAT means, women in logistics and transport, and there are other bodies working across that vision too. And we work closely together to make sure that we reach our target, which is to have a full integrated continent. Agenda 2063 of the African Union Declaration say that the vision is to build an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens, representing a dynamic force in the international arena. So it means that we are a force, a local, a national, and continental force. So first of all, it's a matter of increasing awareness of the vision. So from the younger age, WILAT, Women in Logistics and Transport, for instance, one of our initiatives to contribute to that vision is to onboard the young girls by having a mentoring program, for instance. So to make it very practical, again, it's not just a matter of talking or a matter of sharing ideas, but we practice it by we go and mentor the young generation to increase and to build awareness across that, around that vision, that word, which means integration. So we share what is integration, what is, for instance, after, for them to know exactly that integration means social integration, economic integration, to have a prosperous continent. So that is just one initiative done by WILAT and other women around this. So there are a lot of initiatives to make that one practical. And women are part of this inclusion, are part of this integration, and we contribute from the younger age by doing mentoring program, by increasing awareness and outreach, and by those ones also to build their vision to be part of it and contribute at their level too.
Allow me to bring to your attention the fact that we do have some other individuals as well, some other stakeholders on the continent who are joining us on the platform. We do have Hafsa Hotara. Hafsa, can you please say hello to us as well? Well, as we wait for Hafsa, we also have Khadijat Shaid, who is also on the platform. We also have Finbar Cleary, who is also on the particular platform live currently. We also have Rosemary Audu, who is also on the platform. And of course, I want to say thank you very much for joining us as we continue having our conversations rotating around the Africa Integration Day, and of course also setting straight agendas to see that Africa can unite as one. Back to Mr. Joseph Agbaga, what do you think the role of the cultural exchange can play in Africa's Integration Day, and how can this contribute to fostering a sense of African identity? Because we are a continent filled up with various cultures, traditions, but then how can we have these cultures or norms as Africa to boost or to lead to one African integration that can definitely promote a borderless diversity?
Thank you. Like I said earlier on, culture is our identity. And the earlier I said we break that barrier in our mindsets and look at each other as the same, your culture is my culture. Let us learn from one another what each culture is and what it means, so that we can do that integration. Like the previous speaker says, integration not by only talks, but in practice, socially, economically, and name it, and politically, as it ought to be. So it is expanding and sharing of each other's culture to know what it means. Then we can actually be breaking that barrier in our mindset first. So everything depends on the individuals to break that barrier code.
Dr. Farid, in Uganda currently we are left with only 2 minutes to make it a good afternoon. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Oh my goodness.
We also have Aisha Ali also on the platform. We have Emmeline Gonoporo. So I want to believe these are all our colleagues that are joining us in our conversations here. Back to Ms. Karine Toure Yamitia. As we speak African integration, what opportunities does the Africa Integration Day present for promoting the sustainable development goals of Africa? You know, when you look at the fact that we want to create a sustainable development agenda that is also fostered by creating policies. Now, when you look at a day like this one, we are looking at the things that we can do, but what opportunities can we provide through the African Integration Day? And we can look back and say, well, we have set a foundation.
Okay, thank you, Paul, for this question. In fact, during this day, we celebrate, integration and also more collaboration, deep collaboration across the continent. And after is one important tool that can help us to reach that goal. So it will for sure benefit all the continents to be part of, all the countries to be part of this tool, to be part of this agreement. And you can see that 55 countries has already ratified. And now we're moving to the next step. Almost 8, it was 8, now 7 countries are starting trading after. So it will help expanding, growing our national economics, regional economy. So all those countries which are part of the agreement, they know, they're aware of the increase of the market's opportunities, for sure. For now, around, in average, 20% of trades have been done intercontinentally. So the intra-trade in Africa is around only 20%, but a lot can be done. And when we're talking about integration, for sure, we'll benefit more. We'll share more businesses, share more activities across borders, and then all African will grow. All African countries will grow. It will also help our internal domestic industries to be stimulated and to grow. So some activities, for instance, where you are weak, you may learn from the others countries. You may learn and also grow. Let's take the example of Cote d'Ivoire to make it very clear. In Cote d'Ivoire, since we ratified after, the government decided to help local industries, like in certain areas where we were weak, to face the continental competition, not in a wrong way, but at least to stimulate, so that we can share more products in the continent. We can also get more benefits from the others. So that is a lot of policies have been built to encourage women to be part of the women entrepreneur, to be part of the businesses, and also to be ready for the intercontinental competition, to be ready for the implementation of AFTA. You know that Cote d'Ivoire is not part of the first range of countries which have started trading under AFTA, but we are moving on the right way by increasing awareness, by building the national policies to be ready. And now in the next batch, for sure, Cote d'Ivoire will be embodied in starting trading under AFTA. So there is still a lot to do, but most of the African countries are on the right way to move to that full integration in Africa.
Mr. Joseph Agbaga, Ghana. Let's first put Ghana into perspective here. Ghana has obviously been one of those particular area looks to positively, enhance room for the expansion of businesses in there. By giving an example of initiatives in Ghana, what do you think other African countries can benchmark on the same to create room for one integration, not only looking at West Africa as a region per se, but also the entire continent?
Thank you for your question. Currently, I'll say that Ghana is part of the West African or ECOWAS, enjoying the ECOWAS protocol. So there is something already that has started under the ECOWAS, which is called the ETLS, which is making trading among the West African states, the rules are made there already. So coming back to AFTA has become a higher body which is taking place and which is making the expansion to include the whole of Africa. So taking the note from the ECOWAS protocol, I think there is something that is happening already. Just as when you go to the East African country, also they also have a block that they are already trading. So it's rather it will be rather easier to look at the recs that are already in place and do that integration. So it's by joining the dots that has already been there, which, like I said, the ECOWAS, the East African bloc, and all those things. If those recs, if the lines are drawn among them, I think the integration becomes more faster. So that is the point that I will take it from.
And as we continue now, colleagues, allow me to as well usher in another colleague who is joining us on this particular platform as we continue to celebrate the Africa Integration Day. This is none other than Dr. Farid Arthur. Dr. Farid Arthur is the coordinator, he's the national coordinator, the African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office in Ghana. Good afternoon and many thanks for joining us. It is already afternoon in Uganda. I want to believe it's still a good morning in Ghana. Good morning, Dr. Farid Arthur. Many thanks for joining us.
Good morning.
on the platform. In studio with me here in Kampala, I do have Othieno Andrew, who is obviously one of your colleagues, I should say. And of course, we've been having an entire conversation rotating around how the African Integration Day can shape the agenda of the growth and sustainability of Africa. So big on the conversations here as we continue to put the entire African continent into one basket of conversations. Let me get back to Miss Karine here as we continue to have our conversations rotating around the Africa Integration Day. Now, Ms. Karine, when you look at Africa as a bunch, the issue here is creating unity and diversity for a borderless Africa. I love the word borderless because it's showing us we have no limits for how far we can go. You as a leader from Wheel at Africa, I want to believe you've traveled quite a number of to quite a number of African countries. Where do you think the challenges have been? What do you think are the barriers still limiting this growth that we want to see in the next 10, 20 years to come?
Thank you for this great question. Because yes, we're talking a lot about integration, but again, a lot has been done, but again, we still have a way to go. So borderless, just to use your own word, borderless means yes, there is no more borders, there is no more barrier. If you take the example of Western Africa with ECOWAS, before I will go to the entire continent, Africa. ECOWAS, a lot, yes, in terms of tariff barriers, we've done a good job.
I'll be definitely getting back to Miss Karine Toure-Yamiti. I think we've lost her for a moment, but she'll be getting back to us slightly. I don't know whether Dr. Farid Arthur can definitely hear us or can join the platform currently. Dr. Farid? Well, we're definitely going to be having more conversations with Dr. Farid Arthur. Let me get back to Joseph Agbaga. I want to believe you are still on the platform. Per se, is that so?
Yes, I'm on the platform still.
Oh, let's speak on behalf of the political side of it. When you look at Africa and our political leaders have been able to shape the narrative in Africa for the past 40, 50 years, depending on when the countries got independence. Of course, we've had some issues of political instabilities here and there, and of course, we've been able to deal with them as a continent. How are we going to be able to work hand in hand with international organizations so that we can enhance and lead to a developed African continent, which is definitely creating room for borderless trade, creating room for endless opportunities for the young people? But well, this particular question is entirely being or heading to the fact that how do we connect or how do we work with the international bodies and organizations to make sure that African integration is pursued?
Thank you for your question, but I would like us to deal with what difficulty we have in-house. We need to do that integration ourselves first. Let us connect the dots. The number of countries within the African borders should connect their dots. Let us know what we are capable of doing. Let us see what we can do for ourselves before even extending our hands to say that we are breaking the barriers from Africa to the international world. The international world, they are there, and they are looking to come to us, to come and take away. But what do we have? what we have, can we make good use of it? Can we plan and do our own integration, trade among ourselves freely, circulate all the economic benefits among ourselves before even inviting or connecting to the international world? So let us concentrate in-house first. Let us see what we can do for ourselves. And the international community, they will rather be knocking on our doors, not we going to knock on their doors. Thank you.
Continue to have our conversations. Ladies and gentlemen on the platform, fast. We are going into a commercial break here on the side of the broadcast. And all we definitely want to remind you is that stick around with us, because we are going to send you another link so that you can definitely join the conversation once more, because we want to continue having you on board as we continue with our conversations here. So shortly, we will be getting back to you as well as we continue with our conversation. So please, don't you change the platform. Stick around with us. And to the viewers that are watching us across the continent here, live from Uganda, we are still celebrating the Africa Integration Day as we are looking at unity and diversity for a borderless Africa. Various guests are on board and panelists that we do have. Stick around with us. We return shortly. On Friday, the 7th of July, 2023, join the African Integration Day celebrations live on Smart 24 TV as we dive deeper into unity and diversity for a borderless Africa with expert leaders across the continent. Ziyad Hamoy, the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance. Joseph Abaga, RGD Consulting and Logistics Limited, and ex-president for Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders. Samuel Ajemang from the Single African Market Program. Dr. Farid Arthur, National Coordinator for the African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office in Ghana. Trudy Hatzenberg, Executive Director, Trade Law Center, and Catherine Toureria Mitia, Coordinator, Willett Africa. The event will start at 9 a.m. East African Standard Time.
This is Jordan. When it comes to classwork, Jordan is magic. Jordan shines. Jordan makes his peers better. Jordan is a true leader. White Star Magic family, be a leader, be magic.
Say goodbye to paperwork and travel costs. Now every MTN customer can register to invest in securities anytime and anywhere with Zabu in a few simple steps. Step 1. Dial *292#. Step 2. Select option 1. Register with Zabu. Step 3. Enter your full names. Step 4. Enter your national identification number. Step 5. Enter your national identification card number. In 24 hours, you will receive an SMS confirming your registration. Congratulations, you are now ready to invest.
These days, our homes are no longer just the places we live. It's where we attend meetings, go to class, keep each other safe, and entertain ourselves. To do this smoothly, you need a reliable internet connection. Buy the MTN WakaNet router, which connects up to 32 devices and gets a free 40 GB data bundle at only 149,000 shillings. Or buy the MTN WakaNet MiFi at only 75,000 shillings and enjoy a free 15 GB bundle to stream, study, work, and play on the go. Visit any MTN service center to buy the MTN WakaNet router or MiFi and enjoy the internet that does amazing things.
Luxury redefined at Seasand Hotel as you indulge in the splendor of elegant living fit for the royalty that you are. Step into comfort, pampering and blissful customer-centric service as you select from our range of comfy, exquisite living quarters furnished to meet with your royal preference. Surrounded by scenic beauty, our tropical setting allows you to escape the glamorous ordeal of city life. Our ambient green gardens will guide you to a place of revitalizing rest. The 3-star restaurant caters to your palate, serving your choice menu ranging from exotic cuisines to local delicacies. Our chefs will serve you full-course meals for a truly out-of-this-world culinary experience. Our fully stocked bar to whet your throat, from renowned global brand whisks, brandies, gins, beers and wines to our locally celebrated beverages, you will not lack for any brewage. It's an all-new experience in the East at Seasand Hotel, so visit today at Plot 15 to 19 Spire Road, Ginger, or contact us on +256 751 719 960 and +256 785 354 614 for reservations. Seasand Hotels, luxury redefined.
On Friday, the 7th of July 2023, join the African Integration Day celebrations live on Smart 24 TV as we dive deeper into unity and diversity for a borderless Africa with expert leaders across the continent. Ziyad Hamoy, the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance, Joseph Abaga, RGD Consulting and Logistics Limited and ex-president for Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders, Samuel Ajamang from the Single African Market Program, Dr. Farid Arthur, National Coordinator for the African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office in Ghana, Trudy Hatzenberg, Executive Director, Trade Law Center, and Catherine Toure-Yamitia, Coordinator, Willett Africa. The event will start at 9 a.m. East African Standard Time. On Friday, the 7th of July 2023, join the African Integration Day celebrations live on Smart 24 TV as we dive deeper into unity and diversity for a borderless Africa with expert leaders across the continent. Ziyad Hamoy, the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance, Joseph Abaga, RGD Consulting and Logistics Limited and ex-president for Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders, Samuel Ajamang from the Single African Market Program, Dr. Farid Arthur, National Coordinator for the African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office in Ghana, Trudy Hatzenberg, Executive Director, Trade Law Center, and Catherine Toure-Yamitia, Coordinator, Willett Africa. The event will start at 9 a.m. East African Standard Time. All right, we'll be back from the break. Our conversations continue in here. And for those who are on the Twitter space, thank you very much for sticking around. And for the people who are still on the Zoom platform, thank you indeed. We are back again to have our conversations rotating around the African Integration Day, unity and diversity for a borderless Africa. And speaking of I guess we still have Joseph Agbaga. I've got the name right now for the very first time, I should say, and I am very proud of myself for that. Many thanks for sticking around with us and being part of the platform. Not only that, we do have Miss Karine Toure Yamitia from Cote d'Ivoire. I want to believe the name Toure sounds so much when it comes to the African continent as much. And of course, now at this time we also have Dr. Farid Arthur. Dr. Farid Arthur is the coordinator, National African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office, Ghana. Let me first get to Dr. Farid Arthur. I don't know whether now he's on the platform and can hear us. Good afternoon, sir. I think it's a good morning in Ghana. Good morning, Dr. Farid.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Are you hearing?
Yes, we do hear you. It's a good afternoon in Ghana as well.
No, it's good morning.
Africa, it's already a good morning here. Meanwhile, thank you very much for joining us, and a happy Africa Integration Day to you and the people in Ghana, or your colleagues where you are at.
Thank you.
And of course, this has been a general question for everybody who has been joining the platform, and I would think it wise to as well ask you, how important do you think the Africa Integration Day is to you, and of course to the other Africans on the continent, in regards to promoting unity and cooperation among all of us?
Well, I always prefer to talk about the African integration. Hello, Karine, everybody else.
Hello, Dr. Farid.
Yeah.
Nice to see you.
I prefer to talk about African integration more than the African Integration Day. For me, every day is an integration day. It's an ongoing process. It's a continuous thing, and until we achieve it, there's no reason why one day should be any different from the other. You know, for us, those of us in the front line, when it comes to this whole issue of African integration, one day isn't different from the other. The work remains the same. Be that as it may, the symbolism of even having a day to acknowledge that integration is still on the front burner, I think is interesting. But I want us to look at more the concept of African integration than just celebrating days, in which we have plenty of already.
We are celebrating Africa Integration Day, Doctor. How significant, and well, as we celebrate the Africa Integration Day, what do you think are the most significant achievements? I know we are still along the journey, but what do you see as the significant achievements in terms of regional integration in Africa so far? Because at least since independence, we've been able to establish, ourselves under regions. We have ECOWAS, EAC, we've got IGAD, we've got SADC. But how significant have we been able to achieve some of these particular agendas of African integration so far?
Okay. Well, my concept, again, of African integration is a very optimistic one. Africa, I believe, is more integrated than we even realize. You know, the whole process, we are more into each other, digitally and otherwise. We've already transcended what the politicians started to do 60 years ago. Now, Africans are actually penetrating into each other's territory and doing business, even without the political guidances that we had looked for, So when we talk about African integration, I want to look at more like putting in place the catalyst to speed up a process that is already ongoing. It is not something we are coming to start. It's not even going as slow. We don't realize how integrated we are, We talk to Kenya in 5 seconds. I'm talking to Uganda right now. This is something that couldn't have happened 25 years ago. We are about 5-6 countries now talking, from different places. And this is all part of the integration process. Now, it behoves on those of us now at the front line to redefine what integration is. Because oftentimes when we talk about integration, we're only looking at the political aspect of integration. Integration now is a multifaceted process, digitally, economically, culturally, and in so many other ways. Intermarriages have improved, digital has improved. We are beginning to financially become integrated, even though there's no official framework. M-Pesa works almost everywhere else in Africa, and so on and so forth. So there are some frameworks that we can push more than just hoping that we will see one country called Africa. That may never materialize in our lifetime, but yes, the process of integration has already begun. And so I want us to look at it from that perspective. Thank you.
Ms. Karine, let me get back to you here. When you look at what Dr. Farid has actually highlighted, he has highlighted something to do with the catalyst. Now, the catalyst that he has actually identified, when you look at the trends in technology and innovation that we have, the fact that now Africans can interact. You are currently in Cote d'Ivoire. We are interacting. That is integration already, and of course it means we can easily interact, talk and everything. But when you look back and we reflect on Africa Integration Day, what do you think should the governments do to at least encourage collaborations? What steps can we take to encourage collaboration? 1, in education, 2, healthcare, 3, technology as catalysts to African integration?
Okay, African. Thank you for the question. African countries, governments have done a lot. As what Dr. Farid said, I fully agree with him. We have to consider the efforts that have been done so far. We shall not neglect. We shall not underestimate. But the platform is already there. We continue interacting. We continue exchange, doing trade. But still, yes, effort more have to be done. But let's talk about what has been done so far. In terms of policies and procedures, if you take some regions, we built national and regional policies to increase, the integration in terms of for trades, for social inclusion, and digital exchange, even financial inclusion. So a lot has been done. Policies are in place. In some countries, they are more effective than elsewhere, but at least it's there. Politicians have done their part. We as experts, we as entrepreneurs, we are also part of the train. We are also onboarded. So yes, if you take the example of Western and even also Eastern Africa, the entrepreneurs are organized in different bodies. A businessman, businesswoman, they are also, yes, working together jointly with the government to make it more effective, those policies to make them more effective. So yes, this integration, it's not only words, it's we made it very practical, and to make it more effective, that's where we have to focus on some specific areas, like I was mentioning, the non-tariff barriers. So that is something I know that if AFTA is working on it globally, and making a lot of ideas and proposals. To improve those kind of factors for trades and intra-trades and intercontinental trade more efficient and effective, and to onboard also disabled people, disadvantaged people, minorities, and women, youth, all the different components of the society to be part of the intracontinental trade.
Joseph Agbaga, let me get back to you again. Speaking of African integration, I love the conversations we are having on the platform, and I've come to believe that we are all on the same path we are all on the same path of understanding the fact that we need to work together. There is that element of unity. I think it is by African brotherhood that we are all uniting in here to have this as a conversation. Joseph, when you look ahead, what are our hopes and aspirations for Africa integration journey? And of course, how can we accelerate the progress in what we've achieved so far?
Thank you for your question once more again. The future is bright, but the journey starts with us individually, as a person, as a country, and the sub-regs like the ECOWAS, the East African, the North African ones, and all that we have within our borders, within the African continent, I mean. If we will identify ourselves with another, that we are all from one root, and will think together, plan together, and see what we can do within the subcontinent. What are our strong points, so that the unity in diversity that we're talking about, what Ghana has, maybe Cote d'Ivoire doesn't have. Maybe Liberia doesn't have. Maybe the South African country, Kenya, doesn't have. So how do we plan to develop that potential for the good of all of us? Currently, the topic all over is how do we industrialize? And industrialization will begin with what? Having enough power, which is energy. So we have to look around the continent and see where can we combine our efforts to generate that enough, tap into that to service all of us. So that is, to my mind, that is what will break the grounds very well and steer us into the path of development. Thank you.
Let me get back to Dr. Farid. Doctor, what do you think are the major challenges that have hindered or that have actually led to a setback in the acceleration progress of the African integration?
They should unmute his mic. His mic is mute.
Hear you now.
Sorry. Yeah, I said, let's take a step back. Where did Africa become disintegrated? That was because the colonialists decided to divide us into 55 countries. Now, there have been talk about unity for the last over 60 years, since 1963 when the OAU was, but it has remained a talk. Some 10 years ago, or maybe even 15, an agreement to facilitate free movement of goods and persons across the African continent was passed by the AU. Up till now, only about 4 countries have ratified it. Compare that to the AFCFTA, where 40 countries signed it on the first day of presentation of that agreement. And yet these two agreements go hand in hand. Without free movement of goods and persons, free trade will not happen. Because you are trading in goods. And if the people who trade in goods cannot move, the goods will not move. Talk about even the digital revolution.
Of course, apologies. We are trying to get back to Dr. Farid, and I want to believe we will definitely get him in about 1 to 2 minutes. Of course, our conversations continue, definitely. I'm still with, Andrew Othieno in studio here. Just in a minute, Andrew, before we get back to Karine and Dr. Farid here, what do you look at and say Africa, because he has mentioned that when you look at the fact that we are looking at the major challenges, but we have not identified the major cause of this challenge, which is the colonial era, where we were broken down into states. Now, during that time, we became disintegrated. So when you look at it, how are we going to get back to the integration?
Thank you for the question. Dr. Farid had actually begun talking along those lines, and if I remember correctly, Madame Yemitia also said something along the same lines. Africa was disintegrated by external forces. We are not the ones who created our borders. Even for some countries, we're not the ones who decided on the names of our countries. What we should be doing, therefore, in a nutshell, as we're trying to get our guests back on board, is undo what was done by the colonialists. The borders that they drew, the barriers that they created in these, what we call various nations that have identified our, that have offered our identity, should be rethought. Uganda, with all due respect, at one time was not within the confines it is at the moment. Rwanda, Burundi, etc., etc. We were all a free-moving, a free-trading society that didn't have all these externally orchestrated challenges that were brought about not of our own making, but were literally forced on us.
Okay.
It is of great importance, therefore, without lecturing on the whole issue, to undo what was done by the colonialists. Not simply think about it, not simply discussing about it, but just like Madame Yemitia said, take action on these things. And Dr. Farid had actually begun talking about the fact that the AFCFTA agreement has gone very far regarding the signatories on the table, but there's another issue pending with the African Union. We need to learn to actually take these things from the theory to the practical perspective of it. Talk. We've had all the conferences and workshops we can have for a lifetime. It is time now to take action again and do what the colonialists did.
Dr. Farid, are you back online so that we can get we can get to understand what you were putting through? Not yet. It does seem like. Back to Karine now. Karine, are we still with you? Miss Karine? And how about Mr. Joseph Agbaga? Are we still with you on the platform?
Yes, you are still with me.
Let me get back to you for 5 minutes here before we wish you all the best for the afternoon. Do you what would be your takeaway points from what the other two have actually put across? If you're to look at them, what do you believe should be our takeoff points from their submissions?
The last caller, the last speaker with you in the studio, the takeaway point from his is to practicalize all the things that we do in theory. It is the practicalization of the theories that is the breaking of the grounds. Theory, we have done that. So that is my first takeaway. Then Dr. Farid also said, let's look back, when did Africa disintegrate? He is right. It is once upon a time when the colonials have divided us into 55 countries. And 60 years ago or more, the OAU was formed. How far have we gone until the AFCFTA, which caught up like a fire burning? Now, the signatories and everything that has gone on, let us do the practical things just as we ought to do. Only few countries that are trading under the AFCFTA. We have also had the PAPS system, because whatever things that we are going to trade in, it is buy, ship, and pay. And the pay system is the PAPS system. So just as Dr. Farid said, so much has been done. Because we are in it, we are not seeing it. So those are some of the practical points that we have achieved for ourselves, and we must keep it going. Thank you.
Okay. And of course, Joseph Agbaga, many thanks as well. Let me get back to Karine. Karine, in your final submissions, what would be your message or your takeaway for the African Integration Day?
Okay. For that day, and even as Dr. Farid said, it's not only for one day, but for every day, each African has to keep in mind that we have all to contribute to the unity and the full integration of the continent. At each level, not only politicians, not only businessmen, but even the younger people, from the childhood till at every stage, we have to contribute for the integration. And it's a continuous activity. We have to be part of all the initiatives that can bring Africa to a more prosperous and more united continent. So women, youths, businessmen, politicians, we are in the same boat for Africa unity, for Africa integration. So let's do our parts. Let's be more active for all those initiatives like AFTA to be fully effective. So that is the message I want to share. We are all in the same boat and we have to contribute at our level. Thank you.
Okay, many thanks, Ms. Karine. Let me get back to Dr. Farid for his final takeaway points from the African Integration Day. Dr. Farid, do we have you back on the platform? Okay, unfortunately we have lost Dr. Farid due to a bit of the technicalities in there, but obviously if I'm to take you back through, as we are of course trying to break down and make sure you understand what we are having as our conversation rotating around the Africa Integration Day, celebrating unity and diversity. And of course we had on board, we had Ziad Hamoy, the National President, Ghana Borderless Africa, earlier on in the discussion. Also Ms. Trudy Hadzenbach, the Executive Director, Trade Law Center, our dear colleagues on the platform. Those are the people who came in initially. Now, currently, as we're summing up with this conversation, we had Joseph Agbaga, the RGD, from RGD Consulting and Logistics Limited. That is also the ex-president, Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders. And of course, Dr. Farid Arthur, who is the Coordinator National African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office in Ghana. Not only that, we've also been having Karine Toure Yemitia, who is the procurement and supply chain expert, and also the coordinator, Willet Africa. I will definitely be wishing them all the best for the African Integration Day. Allow me wish you all the best for the African Integration Day if you are still on the platform. And of course, Doctor, also I have Andrew Othieno who wants to say, who wants to send some greetings to all of you on the platform. Andrew?
Yes, I just wanted to take this opportunity, hoping you can hear me clearly, to, on behalf of all economists in Uganda, all policymakers, Madam Yemitia, thank you very much. Mr. Agbaga, thank you very much. Dr. Farid, it's unfortunate we weren't able to connect with you. There's definitely a lot of information I know you had to share, but please take this dialogue as a symbol of East Africa trying to reach out to West Africa. This is only the first of several dialogues that we shall be having with you. West Africa is not yours alone, it belongs to me also. East Africa doesn't belong to me, it belongs to my West African brothers and sisters also. We've been talking to colleagues in South Africa. This is only the first of several discussions and dialogues we'll be having. You'll definitely be hearing from us much more. Thank you very much. Have a pleasant day and God bless you.
And well, I want to believe to our brothers in Ghana, we wish you all the best for, as you're having your Ghanaian jollof rice. I've been told Ghanaian jollof rice is one of the favorite delicacies in West Africa. And well, of course, many thanks for joining us on the platform. We wish you all the best for your day, and of course for the second part of the calendar year as well. Back to us here in our conversations in studio. I'm still with Andrew. Andrew, we have 5 minutes before we break off, as we will be definitely joining Samuel, who will as well be giving us a breakdown of the Africa Integration Day. What would be your takeaway points from what has been submitted today?
Takeaway point here, without going into each takeaway point from each one of the individuals, but I would really like to highlight what Dr. Farid said about the fact that every day is Integration Day. Let us not specialize on the fact that we're waiting for this date in the month of July to beat the drums and blow our trumpets about the fact that we're integrating and we're doing well along those lines. Each and every day, as Dr. Farid said, is Integration Day. That has really left a thumbprint in my mind. I like the fact that we're reading from the same page regarding all these other issues. What they're thinking and planning to do in West Africa is what we're thinking to do in East Africa, and I hope is what the Southern Africans are hoping to do. Also, we need to come to the same table as we're doing right now via platforms such as these to discuss these issues, understand each other, appreciate each other, acknowledge all these thoughts that we have in mind to make sure that we're planning along the same lines, walking on the same path and trying to arrive at the same destination.
Oh, okay. I want to believe we're getting someone who wants to join us again. Is that Dr. Farid?
No, it's not.
Oh, okay. But obviously, as we are continuing with our conversations here, you get to realize that we are, of course, having conversations with various brothers and colleagues across the continent. And of course, later on, we shall be joined by, of course, Samuel Ajemang, who will as well be the host of the African Single Markets Program. So he will definitely be giving us also a brief and at least a more detailed breakdown of the African Integration Day. But not only that, later on still, as we continue with the African Integration Day celebrations, we shall as well be having a live feed from the capital of Kampala to understand whether the Ugandans themselves feel the issue or feel the spirit of African integration. That will be, of course, we shall be definitely linking up with Brian, who will be with us in studio. Brian, who will be with us in field, joining us from there. Brian Alvins Mugera. But that will be coming in later on. As we're summing up, Andrew, your final takes, of course, as we are building up to this.
Oh, well, I wouldn't want to repeat what I said already. I will, at the very end of all this, go over each and everything that was said by all the guests that we had. But I'm really enjoying this discussion. I sincerely hope and pray that this is only the beginning of many, many more discussions that we'll be having. Let me not only trumpet the day, but also champion what Smart 24 TV is doing. This is indeed exemplary. I sincerely hope information circulation, discussion, debate of this nature will become commonplace, not just amongst ourselves as various African countries, but within the region and most importantly on the African continent as a whole. What Smart TV is doing, in addition to the celebration we're having today, is of great importance. Thank you very much. On behalf of millions of African people, congratulations. We hope this is only the beginning of much more.
All right. And well, of course, our conversations will definitely continue. Our live broadcast today is entirely looking at African integration, by the way. So you should, as well as a viewer out there, give us your views, your feedback in regards to that. Social media, we're buzzing. Smart24 TV now, that is on Twitter. You can quickly give us your views. We are also having a space live interaction in regards to the same matter. When we return after the break, like I did mention, we have Samuel Ajamang, who is the program host lead that is the African single market, as we'll definitely be hearing all from him as well in regards to celebrating Africa Integration Day. He will be coming live from South Africa as well. Stick around with us. It's a good afternoon in Uganda, good morning in West Africa. So it is in Central Africa and southern parts of Africa. But here, it is still a good afternoon. When we return, we have more conversations. A happy Africa Integration Day to all of the viewers out there. On Friday, the 7th of July, 2023, join the African Integration Day celebrations live on Smart24 TV as we dive deeper into unity and diversity for a borderless Africa with expert leaders across the continent. Ziyad Hamoy, the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance, Joseph Abaga, RGD Consulting and Logistics Limited, and ex-president for Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders, Samuel Ajamang from the Single African Market Program, Dr. Farid Arthur, National Coordinator for the African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office in Ghana, Trudy Hatzenberg, Executive Director, Trade Law Center, and Catherine Toureria Metia, Coordinator, Willett Africa. The event will start at 9 a.m. East African Standard Time. Smart24, driving business.
Blue magic is my joy. Ono blue magic, wange. Ayo, talaba kumabala, atukuza nonyirirawo kirako enyange. Tayisa bubi fabriki, kyonna kyekiri kiggwa lwa blue magic is my choice. Ono blue magic, wange. And the blue magic is my choice. Hey, ono blue magic, wange.
Say goodbye to paperwork and travel costs. Now every MTN customer can register to invest in securities anytime and anywhere with Zabu in a few simple steps. Step 1. Dial *292#. Step 2. Select option 1. Register with Zabu. Step 3. Enter your full names. Step 4. Enter your national identification number. Step 5. Enter your national identification card number. In 24 hours, you will receive an SMS confirming your registration. Congratulations, you are now ready to invest.
Hello, tech lovers. We have had this conversation before about the iPhone 15, but today it's a special bite as we have to look at the futures of the Pro and the Ultra iPhone 15. Now, Apple iPhone 15 Ultra is an upcoming mobile by Apple. The phone is rumored to come with a 6.70-inch display. Apple iPhone 15 Ultra will also at the same time come with 8 GB of RAM. Now, as far as the cameras are concerned, the Apple iPhone 15 Ultra is rumored to pack a triple rear camera setup featuring unspecified primary camera and a 48 megapixel camera. Apple iPhone 15 Ultra is based on iOS, which of course has a connectivity option on the Apple iPhone 15 Ultra as said to include the USB Type-C. iPhone 15, iPhone 15 Plus, iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max will be equipped with larger batteries than the iPhone 14 series that was launched last year. According to the reports, Apple will equip the iPhone 15 Plus with a 4,912 megahertz battery, expected to be the largest battery to debut in an iPhone to date. Now, the iPhone 15 Ultra has been tipped to be a very high-end take on the next-gen iPhone Pro Max, with rumors swirling away even through the iPhone 14 Pro Max, which is now 6 months old. Early leaks tipped the iPhone 15 Ultra as an iPhone Pro Max replacement, as Apple looks to refine its premium handsets. Now, more recent reports have hinted that the Ultra isn't in Apple's near-term plans. We may not see this phone until 2024 at the earliest. It sounds as if the iPhone 15 Ultra will keep the 6.7-inch screen size that the Apple's used for Pro Max phones, and we anticipate that the dynamic island feature Apple introduced as a notch replacement will resemble the iPhone 14 Pro models, which have definitely sticked around. Now, I expect you not to expect Touch IDs to make a return on any iPhone 15 model, however, including the iPhone 15 Pro. As such, Bloomberg's Mark Gurman has reported that all iPhone 15 models will get the dynamic island. Such a move could definitely see more developers be spurred up onto making apps that adapt to the morphing camera cutout and display feature, and therefore this would definitely add to its capabilities. One potential display change is the use of Samsung's latest display technology on the iPhone 15 Ultra, something that even the Galaxy S23 Ultra does not use. As a result, the iPhone 15 Ultra could have a max brightness of 2500 nits, which would beat other phones by a large margin. Now, the bezels around this display could also be curved slightly for a more comfortable fit in a user's hands. But as we conclude, the display itself will apparently remain flat, however, which released leak renders the backup. Goodbye, see you on the next Bites.
Saving or securing for the future does not only mean investing in stocks, real estates, or companies, but there are so many chances of becoming a billionaire through practicing agriculture. You don't need a very big plot of land or large capital to start, but slowly by slowly you can build an empire. Uganda's economy is made up of agriculture, services, and industry sectors. But agriculture comes out as the backbone of Uganda, employing 70% of the population and contributing half of the country's exports and earnings. Agriculture being the main supplier of raw materials for several companies, and this readily market both in urban and rural areas. There are so many chances of the next billionaires coming from agriculture. From the farmers to the processors, from the processors to the traders, and from the traders to the final consumers. We shall be taking you through the whole agriculture chain. My name is Chris Chitaka Haman, and this is Farm Smart, showing every Friday 7 to 8 p.m. only on Smart 24 TV, driving business.
On Friday, the 7th of July 2023, join the African Integration Day celebrations live on Smart 24 TV as we dive deeper into unity and diversity for a borderless Africa with expert leaders across the continent. Ziyad Hamoy, the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance, Joseph Abaga, RGD Consulting and Logistics Limited and ex-president for Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders, Samuel Ajemang from the Single African Market Program, Dr. Farid Arthur, National Coordinator for the African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office in Ghana, Trudy Hatzenberg, Executive Director, Trade Law Center, and Catherine Toureria Metia, Coordinator, Willett Africa. The event will start at 9 a.m. East African Standard Time. All right, we'll be back from the particular break. It's been a long one though, but we are in here to make sure that we keep you up to speed with what is happening in regards to celebrating Africa's Integration Day. And of course, our theme today is looking at unity and diversity for a borderless Africa. For all of you who have been part of the entire broadcast live from 9 a.m. East African Standard Time. We are now off to 1:11 p.m. East African Standard Time. You get to realize that we're already into the afternoon in East Africa. Well, it's still morning in Central Africa. The same applies to Central Africa. It's now afternoon, but in West Africa it's already it's still morning, and so it is as we continue to give you more of this particular one. Now, continuously, as I did mention, that we shall be joined by Samuel Ajemang, who is the host of the Single African Market Program, and obviously as someone who is already into the media fraternity and also into understanding Africa's market space and the potentials it has. We are delighted to be having him joining us amongst the keynote speakers for the day. And of course, I'll be definitely linking up with him directly now. Samuel Ajemang is currently in South Africa as we speak, but of course we shall be getting to understand more of the Africa Integration Day. Not only that, to put into perspective the Single African Market Program. Good afternoon, Samuel. Many thanks for joining us, and happy Africa Integration Day to you.
Happy Africa Integration Day to you, Joram, and pleasure to see you, my guy.
Pleasure is ours to hosting you this particular fruitful day of the Africa Integration Day. Samuel, briefly, to all our viewers, we would want to first of all understand what does the Single African Market program, what is it all about? And so far, since you started hosting the program, what was the main focus of putting it up, and what has it achieved as of now?
Yeah, thank you once again, Joram, and once again, it's my pleasure being on your television in particular, and also talking to you at this point in time. I am happy that Uganda is doing this. I am happy that Smart 24 TV is doing this because the conversation of Africa need to be heard. The conversation of Africa's economy ought to be heard. And I'm excited that an important television platform like yours, that Smart 24 TV, has taken up this subject to treat this today. Quite a number of things are happening on the Africa integration agenda. The African Union is having something going on, but a few media outlets, television platforms across Africa are carrying this all-important subject, except the likes of yours, which is Smart 24 TV, and a few others that we know that are carrying this. So I have to congratulate you for having this program, and in particular focusing on the economy of Africa. Now, on the Single African Market, we decided from the year 2020, after COVID-19 hit and most of us went on lockdown, decided to bring about a television program that would highlight most of the things around Africa's economy, in particular the African Continental Free Trade Area. Now, we thought that without the media getting hold of this particular continental economic policy, there's no way the ordinary African would understand. And there's no way the ordinary African would even hear about it in the first place. So we thought that we need to move the conversation away from the conference rooms and the boardrooms and the various general assemblies of the African Union and have it open, break it down for the ordinary African to understand it. How does the ordinary cross-border trader who has to move goods from, say, Kenya to Uganda, for instance, would understand this? How can the ordinary Kenyan who wants to carry his cow hide from Kenya to Ghana, for instance, or Nigeria, how does he have to know about the AFCFTA and let it impact the business that they are doing? So we decided to take on this program and break the subject down for every African to understand. And that's why we started the Single African Market with support from other international bodies who decided to come in and support, like the UNDP, the GIZ, and our own government of Ghana also came in strongly. The Ministry of Trade and Industry, the Ministry of Information, all agreed that we should have a television platform or a media platform that will be able to disseminate the ordinary African for them to embrace this continental policy. So that's why we came up with this platform. And so far, for the past, I think, 2 years or so that we've been consistent on this program, we've been able to sell the message out there to a lot of Ghanaian, in particular, Ghanaian small and medium enterprises. We've highlighted what some of them are doing. Some of them are now able to take their products from Ghana to East Africa. Just about a few days ago, we had some Ghanaian SMEs who were able to take their products from Accra all the way to Nairobi. And that's impressive to see that people are learning and getting to know the Continental Free Trade Agreement and taking advantage of it. People or businesses who otherwise or ordinarily would not be able to understand this are now understanding it as a result of education and information through the media.
Okay. Of course, Samuel, I love the introduction and part of the brief you're actually trying to put into perspective here. When you look at Africa Integration Day, let's talk markets now and the access of, markets or free market that the African Continental Free Trade Area seems to provide. Where do you think the barriers have been, and what efforts are governments doing in order to create room for the African Continental Free Trade Area to progress and, develop the African traders?
Yeah, so we're creating, the continent has agreed that we create a market for 1.3 billion people. People need to move from beyond their region. So if you are in EAC, for instance, we need to move from ECOWAS to EAC. We need to move from COMESA to SADC, for instance, or move from COMESA to ECOWAS, for instance. Already within the various sub-regions, so within ECOWAS, we were already trading under some liberalized tariffs and all of that. Within EAC, I'm sure that you had your own stuff. Within COMESA, within the SADC region, you had your own stuff. But crossing beyond that is where we had a difficulty. How people could move goods from Central Africa to ECOWAS had been the problem. How do you even know that there's a market out there for shea butter? How do I know that I can take shea butter from Ghana to Ethiopia, for instance, was a problem. So accessing the market out there had always been a problem. And there were barriers, as you put it. There were barriers, non-tariff barriers, there were tariff barriers as well. So tariff barriers where you have to pay a lot of duties on them. So people got discouraged from taking their goods from one region to the other because you're not sure the duty, or even if you know the duty, it's too much for you to take it. And you're also not sure of the rules that are binding in the other end of the market where you seek to access. So what the AFCFTA is seeking to do is eliminate these tariffs and non-tariffs. Take out all these barriers out there so that people within the continent will be able to move goods across and do the market across. So now they say you can move goods. At the moment, we're in the second year, so they have knocked off 40% of duties that you would ordinarily pay on goods moving from, say, Kenya, or coffee moving from Rwanda to Ghana, for instance. If you're able to bring that coffee to Ghana, you pay minus 40% of the duty that you would have ordinarily paid. It started with 20% in 2021, and then in 2022, you are not supposed to pay 40%. In 2023, if you are to bring goods from, say, Rwanda to Ghana, coffee or tea from Kenya to Ghana, you pay less 60% of the duty. That's tariff knocked off for you. So if you were scared of the duty longer there, they are talking about standardizing goods. So if you had shea butter, cosmetics, for instance, that you needed to take from Ghana to Kenya, initially you have a standard that would prevent you, say, this doesn't qualify to be in the Kenyan market, or it doesn't qualify to be in the Ugandan market. But now we are having a common standard. So if you have a common standard and Ghana agrees with the standards of Uganda or Ethiopia, that barrier that used to be there would no longer exist. And now you can be able to access the Ugandan market or the Rwandan market without that non-tariff barrier. Quite a number of things are being moved away. In the past, it would be difficult to just cross a border and say, I'm going to make the product from to Cameroon. Now those borders are being lifted. Those barriers are being lifted. You can easily access all these markets with your product. And so long as you also do well on your part to be able to put together a quality product, a packaged product, you should be able to access those markets and fairly compete with the other products that are existing in those markets. And that's where I feel that it's about time that we make this known to the ordinary citizen of the continent, that if you create well, you can access the other market at the other end.
Well, Samuel, we as Smart 24 Television are trying to make sure that we prepare our audience in East Africa for the Single African Market Program. Looking deeper into the program here, what should the East African community people know more about this particular program, and what are the things that they should as well understand about it in context with its niche?
Yep. That's a good question, Joram. So first, let me apologize if you see some bit of interruptions around here. Now we're having a program somewhere, and we have a rugby team within the space that we have getting that interruptions. I have to apologize for that. And in case you hear the noises around, please forgive me. So now let's move to and what difference can the single African market make? Now, on that program, we have a section that's dedicated to small and medium enterprises, where we highlight SMEs and what they are doing and how they should understand the EFCFTA and use it to build their businesses. And once we're able to build the businesses of these small and medium enterprises, which form about 70 to 75% of African economies, then we know that we are growing the economy of Africa. So whilst we highlight the roles that have been played by these SMEs and how they can take advantage of the AFCFTA, what we're hoping to do is that they themselves will carrying the mantle of the EFCFTA, own the EFCFTA. So we tell the stories of small and medium enterprises that are producing all manner of products in Ghana. And we expect that we'll be telling the same stories of small and medium enterprises in Uganda, so that Ugandan SMEs, Ugandan innovators, Ugandan entrepreneurs be able to have the opportunity to showcase what they have, the products they have that they want to sell to the rest of Africa. And once we're showcasing this on national television, we get the opportunity to tell West Africans that, look, that is what is being produced in Uganda. You can have that product if you are interested. You can look for that young man or young woman who's producing that product in Uganda, producing that product in Kenya, and you can buy from them. We are going to exchange that knowledge among ourselves from Kenya, from Uganda, from Ghana, from South Africa, where I am currently, to tell the continent that, look, if you don't have shea butter, Ghana has shea butter. If you don't have coffee, Uganda has coffee. If you don't have tea, Rwanda has tea. And that person is producing this. Joram is probably adding value to honey in Uganda, for instance. And it will be important for somebody who is also adding value to cocoa in Ghana to see what Joram is doing and say, look, let me also partner with Joram, and then we can, create a market, create value for our products, and then exchange all our markets and our products. And in that case, we'll be building our own economies among ourselves as Africans, Joram.
And of course, I'm with Andrew Othieno here, as he will definitely be giving you one of his questions. But my final question from my side is definitely asking you about the African Integration Day, and what message would you give to the people of Africa as we are celebrating this day, on its significance and what we can look forward to in the years to come?
Okay, so whilst I answer that, I'll take you back to, again, one of the things that we'll be showcasing on the single African market. I'm sure that you recognize that we have the Secretariat seated in Ghana, so there are quite a number of events, trade events, market events, business events that are happening from the Secretariat. A lot of information coming out of the Secretariat. And I'm sure that you may have also heard from Trudy from the Trade Law Center. One of the key things that we need as a continent is the information, the trade information that we need to thrive on to be able to trade among ourselves. And we hope that we'll be using the platform, the Single African Market, to disseminate that kind of information coming from the Secretariat, and also exchange the information coming from the various national secretariats. Now, having said that, African Integration Day, I've had a lot of people ask me, particularly hosting the Single African Market, are you sure that this AFCFTA thing will work? Are you sure that Africa can integrate its economy? Are you sure the trading thing that we're all advocating for across Africa would happen? Now, if not for AFCFTA, Joram, I can bet you that you and I would not be talking today across different regions. I'm from West Africa. I'm sitting in South Africa. I'm talking to you, Joram, in Uganda. If not for Africa integration, we would not be doing this. Now, I see a lot of Africans engaging now than, let's say, just 3 or 4 years ago, before 2020, when the AFCFTA kick-started. Integration means that, getting to move around and among ourselves and engaging among ourselves. I think that we may not have achieved what we thought we could, but we are getting there. Once we have taken upon ourselves to go for this, we are getting there. And gradually, we are trying to integrate a lot more. We are here with journalists from Namibia. We are here with journalists from Malawi, journalists from Zimbabwe. Journalists across Africa are in South Africa at the moment. And that is the integration that we are talking about economy, talking about businesses among Africans. Now, this is where we are heading. If somebody thinks that, is it even necessary? Some continents have already integrated their economies and it's helping them. The European Union integrated their economy a long time ago, and today people can move from one country, in one European country, to the other and practice their legal profession, for instance, practice their medicine, for instance. And that's what we want to be able to achieve. Move one service from one country to the other, move one product from one country to the other within the same continent without having a problem. And I think it's achievable. And I have to commend even the African leaders for pushing. I know that they probably didn't get everything right before we started the AFCFTA, but even for pushing it, I think that we have to commend them for pushing this. And I believe that if you and I continue to engage like this, we will be able to integrate, at least to a certain extent.
Samuel, before I let you go, I have Andrew Othieno here. Andrew has a question or two for you as well, as we continue letting the viewers understand more of the Africa Integration Day. I'll leave Andrew now to take over.
That's all right, my brother. That's all right.
I hope you can hear me clearly. That is not an individual I consider a colleague. That is an individual I consider a brother. Greetings, my brother. It's good to finally be having dialogue with you, Comrade Ajamang. First, before I even ask the question, for those who are watching, listening to this program, I would like to congratulate you, Comrade Sam, for the good work that you have done through the Single African Market Program that caught the attention of very many of us, that captivated us. Each and every episode we have followed, we have downloaded, etc. Congratulations also, if I may take this opportunity that doesn't come every other day, to congratulate you for the Ricardo Ortega Memorial Silver Plate Award that you won at the United Nations in December of last year. You're doing revolutionary work. Congratulations on behalf of millions of Africans. Thank you very much. What I would like to ask, therefore, in addition to thanking you, you're offering leadership in the media world for individuals who would like to aspire in the same direction. Yours is a much wider perspective. Journalists are African journalists mostly, are confined within their nations, but they would like to cover stories such as yourself. Again, like I said in a conversation you and I had recently, what you're doing is revolutionizing how media is covered in Africa. If we're expecting it to come from Ghana, we'll wait for CNN to bring it. We want something to come from South Africa. This is all about BBC, etc. But we can do this ourselves. What would be your message to the media world in Africa who would like to follow in your path, emulate your example, and cover news from a much wider perspective, as you have done through the Single African Market Program? What would be your message of inspiration, encouragement, guidance to your colleagues in the media?
Thank you, Andrew, and I appreciate all the acknowledgement. I also have to say a big thank you to you and the family in Uganda for all the support thus far. I honestly can't thank you anymore, but I have to say a big appreciation to everything that you have done together with the colleagues in Smart 24 and everyone, Honorable and everybody else in Smart 24 for even fostering this partnership that we are beginning to see across the various regions. Now, I have covered quite a number of different stories. I've done politics, I've done human rights, and you talked about the Ocado Ortega Memorial Prize, for instance. I won the bronze medal edition given to me by Ban Ki-moon, the former UN Secretary General, in 2009, covering human interest stories. I won the gold medal in 2011, again covering corruption, politics, and all of that. And back in Ghana, that's what everybody had known me for. But as we grow in this profession, we seek to make it impactful to the communities we find ourselves. Joram, for instance, doing excellently well, and I've listened to him. Wonderful, fantastic guy with all that great qualities. What Uganda would expect from him is the impact that his professional career will bring to Uganda, or professional career will bring to, say, Africa. I listened to the current Ethiopian Prime Minister in the last AU General Assembly or so, lamenting bitterly about the fact that the African story is not being told well enough. The narrative of the continent is not being disseminated the way we want it disseminated. But we've got smart people on the continent. We've got smart journalists on the continent who are equally or capable to report for the CNN or report for the Al Jazeera, report for the BBC or DW. And Joram can do this. I mean, you give him that space and he can do it. Such a person can equally take up the subjects of the continent and handle it from Uganda, using Smart 24 TV as its platform. Tell the stories of the continent and make some impact on behalf of Africa and on behalf of Uganda. That's what I thought about. That over a period, I've done this, practicing for like 16, going into 17, 18 years. What can I give back? Instead of reporting on the regular things that happen in conferences and all of that, why don't I look for a subject that is dear to everybody, that is dear to Africa, that can bring some change across Africa and begin to focus on it? And that's why I moved. And I moved on freelance basis. So it didn't come with any benefits financially, nothing. I just opted to do something for my country and for the continent. And especially when I realized that Ghana was going to host, or is even hosting, the Secretariat. And I asked myself, I had a Minister of Trade and Industry whom I've known for a very, very long time. And currently he's aspiring to be he's a presidential candidate, aspiring to be a presidential candidate. I heard him say quite often that he wants the media to be able to take up the subject of the AFCFTA and Africa integration and disseminate it. But it doesn't seem that people are interested because, of course, trade and economics, it's not as popular as politics. If I'm interviewing politicians, members of parliament or ministers or the president, which I've done in the past, it's more popular. People want to listen to politics. People want to listen to the minister shouting or an MP shouting at another MP. That's what people are interested in. They don't really care about business, economics, and things that rather would impact in their lives. But that's what we need to begin to grow our people to believe in, that until we encourage our people to produce for themselves and own their own individual economies, we can't grow our economy as a country or as a continent. And so I feel that it's about time that journalists begin to pick a beat. And I'm hoping, I think per the lineup of your production that I saw that you were going to interview some citizens, Ugandan citizens and SMEs about what they know about AFCFTA. I'm hoping that colleagues from Smart 24 TV will begin to pick up this subject from that side of the continent, the East African side, begin to talk to entrepreneurs. Let us all get involved and educate the continent on this laudable continental policy. If we get involved and make it happen, when we make it happen, it benefits us. And this is something our leaders have taken it up. The private sector is not yet there. Somebody must take it up and educate and inform the citizenry. And it would rest between myself, Joram, and the colleagues back at Smart 24 TV. And I think that the earlier we begin to do this and see it as a calling, as something we can do for our countries and our continent, nobody else will do it for us. The CNNs or the BBCs, they've taken it upon themselves as an entity to project America as a land of opportunity. Equally, we can do same. And I think that colleagues can begin to take up some of these subjects and learn from it. And that's what I would encourage Joram and Andrew.
Okay. Samuel, as we are letting you go for the day, we would want to hear your parting shots as well as we continue with our broadcast here in Uganda.
I would love to thank you, Joram, and thank all the colleagues back at Smart 24 TV for doing this. Even putting together this production, quite a number of your colleagues had to spend a sleepless night, even putting together flyers and all of that. I have to say a big thank you to you, and encourage you to continue to take the subjects of the African economy, African business. We can. Definitely, Africa cannot do without the global value chain. So we're definitely going to deal with the global value chain. So we see goods that are coming from the US, we see goods that are coming from, so we'll deal with AGWA, the Africa Growth and Opportunity Acts and everything. But we have to take our own subjects as the AFCFTA and make it our baby and disseminate that information to the rest of our colleagues. Thank you, Joram.
Thank you very much, Samuel Ajamang. Samuel Ajamang is currently in South Africa, and he was definitely giving us his view from the African Integration Day. Not only that, also putting us into context with the Africa Single Market Program. But of course, here back with Andrew Othieno, your final text and your final remarks as we're winding up with our studio interaction this afternoon.
Okay, in a nutshell, I simply want to offer my sincere gratitude again to Comrade Ajamang. Let me just tell him to continue what he's doing. He's he's being a role model for the media world. We definitely require this information circulation. Samuel, on a final note, you're welcome to East Africa. The Single African Market Program is welcome to East Africa. This is only the first of several conversations we shall be having. What the Single African Market Program has done regarding regional integration and the African Continental Free Trade Area in West Africa, we are definitely going to replicate here in East Africa also, in collaboration with the Single African Market Program, Smart Television. Welcome to Uganda, welcome to East Africa. We look forward to working further with you along those lines. Cheers.
All right, many thanks for your time today, Mr. Andrew Othieno. When I return after the break, we shall be linking up with Brian Alvins Mugerwa, who is in downtown Kampala, as we get to understand, do the Ugandans know what it means to do with African integration? Stick around with us. Good afternoon. On Friday, the 7th of July, 2023, join the African Integration Day celebrations live on Smart 24 TV as we dive deeper into unity and diversity for a borderless Africa with expert leaders across the continent. Ziyad Hamoy, the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance, Joseph Abaga, RGD Consulting and Logistics Limited, and ex-president for Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders, Samuel Ajamang from the Single African Market Program, Dr. Farid Arthur, National Coordinator for the African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office in Ghana, Trudy Hatzenberg, Executive Director, Trade Law Center, and Catherine Toureria-Mitia, Coordinator, Willett Africa. The event will start at 9 a.m. East African Standard Time.
Ensangi zino amaka gaffe tegakyali kifo gye tusula busozi. Waafuuka ekifo we tukolera enkiiko z'emirimu, we tusomera, we twenywereza mu by'okwerinda, era we tusanyukira. Ebintu bino byonna okutambula obulungi weetaaga intaneti eyeesigika. Weefunire router ya MTN Wakanet esobola okuyungako ebyuma 32, ofune bando ya GB 4 ez'obwereere ku mitwalo 14,900 zokka. Obagula MTN Wakanet MiFi ku mitwalo 7.5 zokka, ofune bando ya GB 15 ey'obwereere, onyumirwa omutimbagano gwa internet. Genda ku maduuka ga MTN ogule MTN Wakanet MiFi oba router, onyumirwa internet ekola ebyewuunyisa.
At Uganda Development Bank, we are committed to empowering communities by supporting projects that unlock excellent economic benefits for Ugandans through job creation, tax contribution, output value, and foreign exchange. We seek partnerships with projects that drive economic development in Uganda. Achaki Lodge is a remarkable story of fundamental change. Located in Kitgum municipality in what was once a town landfill, the story of Achaki Lodge is one of urban renewal and social impact, where the efforts of one development have transformed the lives of an entire community.
We are sitting in this nice place, which had a very bad history. A place which was a landfill or a dumping ground for the local authorities, and it is now transformed into a beautiful place.
We started building accommodation, which are rooms, but we decided to go for cottages. We did not go for these huge hotels of 50 rooms and something like that. So we built 10 cottages plus 2 luxury tents, and then we built a restaurant and the bar area, a kitchen restaurant area. And by the way, I must tell you, we started being creative there, that we went for a children's park. We did something like a children's park because we started wanting to bring the community in. And children, we thought, is a very good source of drawing their parents to the facility.
UDB is proud to be part of Achaki's journey of growth. With our support and tailored financial solutions, Achaki Lodge was able to develop a modern hotel block with a conference hall and modern amenities often reserved for city center establishments in Kampala.
One of our main aim was also to make sure that we give back to our society. The people along west where we are situated had problem in accessing electricity from town because there was about 3 and 3.5 kilometers. But through the Alpha Center project, we managed to acquire a transformer, a 33 kV to low voltage transformer, and we tapped power before it has even reached the main substation in Kitgum town. And water. If you saw around, the old people there were actually relying on boreholes. Unfortunately, because of the dumping site, most of the boreholes were not pure water. They were infested. But now we have brought the National Water and Sewage Corporation line, and people who can afford are benefiting from there.
Most importantly, this development has created jobs, catalyzed investment around the area, and hastened the delivery of electricity and water utilities to this location to serve people in the community and surrounding areas.
We have no power here. Even my almost no, we have no power. The power center here, so it means we are very happy.
We had to employ the people within nearby where they just walk from their homes coming to work. So the second one also, the decision was made that we should get credit suppliers where the people, community around.
Like for me, I've started working with them, I'm benefiting, I'm seeing even they have changed my moving forward.
When I came here, many times I was working out, but I could not settle myself well. But when I came here, in these 2 years, at least I've settled myself. I have a farm family, and then I'm building my small guest house out of the money I get from here. Wow. My saving.
At Uganda Development Bank, building capacity, social and economic impact for all Ugandans is at the heart of what we do. It is critical to the goal of building a Uganda that works for everyone, as our mission is to improve the quality of life of Ugandans.
As we celebrate Uganda's Independence Diamond Jubilee anniversary, Uganda Development Bank renews its commitment to continue inspiring more development in Uganda.
Uganda Development Bank, inspiring development.
Say goodbye to paperwork and travel costs. Now every MTN customer can register to invest in securities anytime and anywhere with Zabu in a few simple steps. Step 1. Dial *292 hash. Step 2. Select option 1. Register with Zabu. Step 3. Enter your full names. Step 4. Enter your national identification number. Step 5. Enter your national identification card number. In 24 hours, you will receive an SMS confirming your registration. Congratulations, you are now ready to invest.
Saving or securing for the future does not only mean investing in stocks, real estates, or companies, but there are so many chances of becoming a billionaire through practicing agriculture. You don't need a very big plot of land or large capital to start, but slowly by slowly you can build an empire. Uganda's economy is made up of agriculture, services, and industry sectors. But agriculture comes out as the backbone of Uganda, employing 70% of the population and contributing half of the country's exports and earnings. Agriculture being the main supplier of raw materials for several companies, and it's readily marketed both in urban and rural areas. There are so many chances of the next billionaires coming from agriculture. From the farmers to the processors, from the processors to the traders, and from the traders to the final consumers. We shall be taking you through the whole agriculture chain. My name is Chris Chitaka Haman, and this is Farm Smart, showing every Friday 7 to 8 p.m. only on Smart 24 TV, driving business.
Hello, tech lovers. We have had this conversation before about the iPhone 15, but today it's a special bite as we have to look at the futures of the Pro and the Ultra iPhone 15. Now, Apple iPhone 15 Ultra is an upcoming mobile by Apple. The phone is rumored to come with a 6.70-inch display. Apple iPhone 15 Ultra will also at the same time come with 8 GB of RAM. Now, as far as the cameras are concerned, the Apple iPhone 15 Ultra is rumored to pack a triple rear camera setup featuring unspecified primary camera and a 48 megapixel camera. Apple iPhone 15 Ultra is based on iOS, which of course has a connectivity option on the Apple iPhone 15 Ultra as said to include the USB Type-C. iPhone 15, iPhone 15 Plus, iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max will be equipped with larger batteries than the iPhone 14 series that was launched last year. According to the reports, Apple will equip the iPhone 15 Plus with a 4,912 megahertz battery, expected to be the largest battery to debut in an iPhone to date. Now, the iPhone 15 Ultra has been tipped to be a very high-end take on the next-gen iPhone Pro Max, with rumors swirling away even through the iPhone 14 Pro Max, which is now 6 months old. Early leaks tipped the iPhone 15 Ultra as an iPhone Pro Max replacement, as Apple looks to refine its premium handsets. Now, more recent reports have hinted that the Ultra isn't in Apple's near-term plans. We may not see this phone until 2024 at the earliest. It sounds as if the iPhone 15 Ultra will keep the 6.7-inch screen size that the Apple's used for Pro Max phones, and we anticipate that the dynamic island feature Apple introduced as a notch replacement will resemble the iPhone 14 Pro models, which have definitely sticked around. Now, I expect you not to expect Touch IDs to make a return on any
On Friday, the 7th of July, 2023, join the African Integration Day celebrations live on Smart 24 TV as we dive deeper into unity and diversity for a borderless Africa with expert leaders across the continent. Ziyad Hamoy, the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance, Joseph Abaga, RGD Consulting and Logistics Limited and ex-president for Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders, Samuel Ajemang from the Single African Market Program, Dr. Farid Arthur, National Coordinator for the African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office in Ghana, Trudy Hatzenberg, Executive Director, Trade Law Center, and Catherine Toureria Mitia, Coordinator, Willett Africa. The event will start at 9 a.m. East African Standard Time. We'll be back from the break, and thank you very much for sticking around to Smart 24 Television. This is the African International Day. We are celebrating unity and diversity for a borderless Africa. Borders that are definitely not limiting any business person. Of course, the first part of our show, or our broadcast rather, was really into conversations leading to the Integration Day and also creating awareness for all the people across the continent to greatly understand what it means to be in an integrated African continent. I'm Joram Paul Sonko here, and this particular time we're getting to more of the experts and leaders on what they believe African integration can lead to the prosperity of Africa. But first, amongst the experts and leaders that we have a renowned professor, Kanye Hamba, on integration in Africa.
What does African integration mean to you?
African what?
Integration.
Is there?
What does African
is there a suggestion that there is going to be African integration? It's a dream. It is a dream, many, including me, dream of. But as far as I can see, it will never happen. So there is no such a dream which will be ever fulfilled either in my lifetime or yours. The most African leaders, maybe those, except for those of West Africa, few, and of Uganda, including our own president, dream of regional federations. But the idea of the unity of Africa is only in it, is a dream. It will never happen in my life or yours.
Professor, but just in case, is it important to Africa?
It would be very important to Africa. It's something many of us desire and dream of, the unity of Africa. Because all the Chinese are united under China. They are much more prosperous. They are greater than any African combination. The Americans are one country. They are bigger than us. They are wealthier. They are more powerful militarily than the small banana republics of Africa are. Europeans are big countries in themselves. Egypt, France, Germany, Scandinavia, but they are united in the Union of Europe. And every so often they are led by one leader. They concentrate on their political parties. The Soviet Union, which may be more than half of Africa, are one country. So is Canada. They are much greater, more wealthier, more prosperous than we are. So who is not desirous of having Africa become one? All of us. But our leaders are myopic. whereas other countries are led by giants, and the others, including many of the Africans, are led by dwarfs. The idea of United Africa is blocked by leaders who are midgets. Midgets are smaller than dwarfs.
What are some of the challenges that can hinder the integration or the unity of Africa?
What?
What are some of the challenges that can...
I've given you the impotence and the short-sightedness of the current African leaders. I've given you that info. That's what is hindering progress, development of Africa and the unity. We wanted to join just a small region, East Africa only. That idea has been destroyed by the leaders of Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, thinking like midgets instead of not even dwarfs. When President Museveni was appointing ministers for the region, he avoided appointing giants to lead that cause. In the last cabinet, the ministers of the East African region were very old. Alhaji Chirunda, he was over, nearly he was 90, because he was older than me. He's the Minister of State, who is a friend of mine. He later became a bit blind. I think he was getting blind at that time. He's a very distinguished engineer and a valuer from Kabale. He appointed him Minister of State for the East African region. If you want an idea to advance, you appoint very energetic, very brilliant thinkers and people who can travel. How do you expect two octogenarians, octogenarians means over 80, like me now, to lead a crusade of uniting East Africa and also uniting Africa? It's just not possible at all. That's the kind of leadership we have. If we were to be truthful, our president would like to, before he retires eventually, he's 82, I am 83, he's 81 today. But most of you, including the younger people, you say he's 79. He wrote a book which he has revised called The Mustard Seed. In that one he said, I don't know how I was born. Where do you get him to be 79? He's a mentor and a great friend of his, Byanyima, the father of Winnie Byanyima. He's the one who told me when I was 42, how old are you, Kanyamba? I am 42. He said, so you are 2 years older than Museveni. The late Byanyima, not me, not somebody I'm hiding the name. Her daughter is alive. She's now working for the World I think for refugees. Her husband stood as a candidate against Museveni, and he won in 2016, and they cheated him. The man who told me is none other than Livingstone Sewanyana, who was the chairman, or rather the executive director, I don't know whether he still is, of Human Rights Foundation of Uganda. He's the one who called me here and said, Professor, I was the patron of the Uganda Foundation, that Professor Chizabesis has won this election. And the NRM party, combined with the police and the army, want to install President Museveni. Then I said, how do you know? He said, I'm going to send the international observers to your residence. Obasanjo of Ghana was leading the Commonwealth. Justice Akufo, the Supreme Court judge of Ghana, who was campaigning for me to become the president of the African Court of Human and People's Rights. And when I ruled that the election of 2006 was not won by either Museveni or Kizza Besigye, they removed me from that court. I was going to be its president. And they said they are patriot. How can you be patriot? And your countryman is nominated to be the president of the whole African Court of whole Africa. And you remove him. You are not a patriot. But they removed me. But I was talking about the team of observers which came to observe that election of 2016, which everybody knows Kizza Besigye won. I wasn't supporting Kizza Besigye at that time because I was a judge. And as a judge, you are supposed to be neutral. But the other judges supported him. Article 104, you are still young, read it. Article 104 of the Uganda Constitution provides that if there is a dispute about the results of election, there will be a petition filed within, I think, 40 days or so. And the Supreme Court shall inquire. I want one of you to write these words down. Inquire. Inquire. And give its findings, not a judgment. Give its findings within now 45 days. But as the original constitution, 30 days. Tell me, where did the judges find the word here under Article 104 or judgment? They are not there. So I have argued elsewhere that all the judgments, so-called judgment, rather declaring Museveni to have been the winner, are unconstitutional, illegal, and absolutely unacceptable. Consequently, in my opinion, all the judgments, so-called judgments, which has declared Museveni winner of a judgment, are unconstitutional, incomprehensible, and ought to be struck out from the Uganda laws. But the opposition are represented in Parliament, except the Chiza. And when the famous orator from Kenya, Lumumba, came here, we held a press conference in this house, and he said he agrees with me that although the judgments are illegal and unconstitutional and should be struck out, but of course if they are struck out, then you have an election properly conducted, properly assessed by the Supreme Court, and Museveni can participate and the Chiza. The replacement of Chiza amulet, we last saw him wearing no shoes, going to be nominated. Some people say he has never appeared again. And people said he's still looking for a replacement of his shoes, or he's looking them when he lost them on his way to the nomination. So FDCU is leaderless as I speak. Many observers hope, I rather wish, Chiza was still there as its leader, but he's not. Secondly, Rebecca Kadaga was our former very effective and long-serving Speaker of Parliament. I don't want to tell you the whole story, but the NRM party made sure that they will not come back. As a consolation prize, the Parliament recommended that Museveni should appoint her Minister of the East African Affairs. Now, let me tell you, we are talking about unity of the region of Africa. How do you appoint a minister? Somebody you
All right, that is Professor Kanyehamba on what Africa needs to do in order to foster African integration. And of course, still in regards to the African Integration Day, we are definitely now going on ground to at least have a view and the perspectives of the local or the wananchi, the local personality from the ground, Muntu wa wansi, as we may definitely put it in that particular perspective. Do the Ugandans understand African integration? And of course, joining me, as you can definitely see from the CBD in Kampala, is Brian Alvins Mugerwa, who is already on ground to interact here and there in regards to the Ugandans. So twagala tumanye kyekigenda maaso baba na Uganda bategeera olunaku luno olw'okwegatta oba olunaku olw'okubanga tuzimba emboozi ekwatagana n'Abannayuganda, okuba Abannayuganda n'Abafirika okwatagana wamu okulaba nga Ssemazinga wa Afrika ono abeerako enkyukakyuka gy'atuukako naddala mu bikwatagana n'ebyensimbi, ebyenfuna wamu n'ebyokwegatta. Wo katugende wa Mwami Brian Alvins Mugerwa abeeko by'atugamba. Wait to hear views from Brian Alvins Mugerwa, where he is currently, to at least give us more of the kind of advantages as we think in regards to what Africans or what the Ugandans believe should be done on such a day. But well, besides that, you get to realize as well that according to what Professor Kanyehamba has mentioned, he has come out to highlight the fact that if we are to look at African integrations, African leaders need to desist from being myopic and try to see from afar in order to foster this kind of progress. Let's get back to Brian Alvins Mugera as we get to build on to the African Integration Day and hearing views and perspectives of the Ugandans on such a huge topic of concern. Brian Alvins Mugera, mbera cheri mchibuge sawa zino, briefly take us through otunyonyole n'ensonga ezigenda maaso baba na Uganda bategera olunaku luno olwa Africa Integration Day.
And those who are watching across Africa. Today is a very special day across Africa, and it should be written in history. We are looking at almost 1.2 billion people coming together for one common cause, and that is one market across all continents here in Africa. I am stationed in Uganda and here at Chiseka Market. And those of you who are watching this piece for the first time, I am spare parts. When you need anything that is related to auto spare parts, you just come downtown here in Chiseka Market. We are bringing that conversation away from the studio and bringing it downtown here to have a one-on-one with different different stakeholders of how they perceive this wonderful day. Will it be impactful to all the nations in Africa? How do they really understand the importance of this day? Allow me, I'm going to have a simple conversation with different people carrying out business here in the city center, Chiseka Market. I have the chairperson who's taking over this entire market that has almost 4,000 to 5,000 people to have a one-on-one on the same. Tusense okula mukamwange oli live ku Smart 24.
Sebo nange nsanyiza okubalaba aba Smart TV okujjako eno wansi mu community yaffe ate ne mukyalirako nga mutuletedde omulamwa oguyinza okutusanyusa naffe ng'abasuubuzi.
Akulaba omulundi ogusooka yandiyagadde okumanya amannya n'ekifo.
Mpozi amanya bampita Tadeo Mugerwa, Chairman LC1 ate w'abasuubuzi mu basuubuzi bennyini abeewa Kiseka oba ekyalo tuyitibwa Nakivubo Village. Mpozi obadde oŋŋambyeko ku program gye mulina ekwata ku
olunaku olwaleero amawanga ga Africa gonna gazze wamu okujjukira olunaku lwe tutunuulira eggwanga gonna nga buli omu asobola okuyingira eggwanga nga tewali kukugibwa n'abanga asobola okutundayo oba oggula ekintu kyonna kyaba yeetaaze. Embeera eno gw'ogitunuulira otya?
Mpozi nganze ku saidi ya Uganda kubanga wadde tuli mu Africa nkiraba nti kirungi olw'ensonga nti abasuubuzi wano mu Uganda wano tubadde tuimportinga nanga export yaffe teri widened okugeza amawanga mangi gabadde gasobola okukola oba ne tuimportingayo ebintu naye ate tubi exportinga gye bali. So bwe tunaaba nga kisoboka okuba nti kiri widened mu Africa kigenda tuyamba ng'abasuubuzi olw'ensonga nti naffe tujja kuba nti tulina products ezikolebwa wano oba n'eza agriculture ze tusobola okutundayo ne tufuna ssente ate naffe ne tugulayo bye tusanzeeyo. So bwe banaaba bataddewo enkolagana eyo bwetyo nga Africa ekiyisiza nkiwa kijja kuyamba abasuubuzi bonna ate n'abo abatali basuubuzi bajja kufuna okuba nti bafuna ekinyegenyege okuba nti ki beegatta ku kintu ekyo. Kwanze nkiraba nti bwe tunaaba nga tusobola okuba nti ojja wano amenvu n'ogatunda South Africa, n'ojja wano amenvu n'ogatunda Liberia, n'ojja wano amenvu n'ogatunda Nigeria, kwegamba tujja kuba nti naffe nga Uganda tukulaakulana mu busuubuzi ate obwa wansi wano waffe. So kijja tuyamba okuba nga twekulaakulanya ng'ensi ate n'abantu baffe okuba nti bafuna ebyokukola ng'emirimu ate n'okuba nti demand ejja kweyongera okuba nti y'amaanyi. Bwabwe tunaaba nga tusobola okuba that integration nga nabo bajja ne babaako bye bagula naffe ne tubaako bye tubaweereza naffe ne tubaako bye tugula ne tubireete. Kijja tuyamba bulungi bwe kiba kibadde wano mu East Africa wokka nga ate tetusobola kugenda walala mu nsi ndala kukola ki kutundayo oba kugulayo bye tubirala. So kijja tuba nga kitukolera ngaffe abali ku ground y'obusuubuzi.
olowooza ki ekyanteekeddwako nnyo essira bwe tuba tutunuulira omukago guno okugenda okuleeta amawanga ga Africa ewamu bintu ki nga 2-3 ebyanteekeddwako nnyo essira okwekkenneenya ennyo nga tugenda okuba nga tutunda ebintu byaffe mu mawanga gano amalala?
Mpozzi nze okusookera ddala kye nandibadde ngamba nti bateekeko essira y'enkolagana ennungi. Enkolagana ennungi mu mawanga ago ebeerewo nti tusobola okukwatagana mu bintu ebisinga obungi, naddala abantu baagala nnyo mirembe mu mawanga amalala, n'okuba nti enkolagana eggulibwawo ate neeba nga tekugirwa. Abantu bonna babeere nga basobola okugenda oba bagenzewa okusuubula ne bagenda kusuubula ate nabo ne exportinga. So enkolagana eyo babeere nga bagiteekako omugundu ebeerere ddala nti enyiikidde mu basuubuzi n'abantu baffe ab'ensi zaffe ezituliraanye mu Africa.
Gye buvuddeko naddala wano mu ggwanga Uganda baali boogera nnyo ku kwongera omutindo oba omuzungu kyayita value addition, okwongera omutindo ku bintu bye tutwala e Bulaaya. Olowooza omutindo gwaffe gwatuuse okuyingira ensi nga South Africa n'ensi endala eza Africa mu bintu oba oliawo bye twagala okutwala mu nsi ezo?
Mpozzi wano mu Africa, mu Uganda tuli balimi. Omutindo gwe tulina nze namba guyinza n'okuba gusinga mu nsi nnyingi eza Africa. Bw'obanga otambuddeko bw'olya ennaanansi ya Uganda n'olya ennaanansi ya katugazi oba Tanzania, bw'ogeraageranya ebintu ebyo olaba nti omutindo ate gwaffe guli waggulu. Ne omuzungu bw'agula eryenvu lya wano n'ageraageranya ery'Ebungereza oba ery'ensi endala mu Africa, alabira ddala nti ki omutindo tugulina. Ffe nga ffe wano mu Uganda tuli best nnyo mu agriculture. Lwakuba nti akatale tekabaddeewo mu Africa era ndowooza bingi nnyo biraba babigula. Mu agriculture sector naffe tujja kuba tusobola okukola ki okutuukana n'omutindo ogwo essebo.
Awewaawo olowooza amawanga gano aga Africa okwegatta ne tuba n'akatale kamu kinaasobola okuyambako oba okugonjoola ebizibu ebiri mu mukago ogwa East African Community, kuba gye buvuddeko tulabyeko eggwanga nga South Sudan nga litugaana okugjayo kasooli ewaabwe ne sukaali. Gye buvuddeko tulabyeko eggwanga nga boolaba Kenya nalyo lyatugaana okuba nga tuyingiza amata mu ggwanga lyayo. Olowooza ebizibu bino ebiri mu mikago gino egy'enjawulo ng'ogwa East Africa bwe tuba twegasse ng'amawanga nga Africa, akatale kayinza okugaziwa?
Obviously akatale kajja kugaziwa olw'ensonga nti bwe tuba nga twegasse ne tubeera nga enkolagana eyo etuukiddwako mu buwandiike ate nga tewali kugimenya, obviously kijja kuba nti tusobola okuba nti tuvaayo ku nkolagana eyo okuba nti ate etambula bulungi. Ate n'abasuubuzi baffe bajja kuba nti kibateekamu amaanyi nti bwagenda at least okusuubula ayinza okugamba kampitireko e Nairobi nkoleyo export yange ya oba katugambe lumonde, ensawo za lumonde zange sente zinaavaamu ate neyongereyo ngende nsuubule. So kijja kuba enkolagana eyo ejja kuba nnungi. Naye nze kyensaba amawanga ga Africa gateekewo note oba ensimbi ez'awamu eziba zigenda okukozesebwa ne kwegamba eza Africa eteekewo note ya Africa eneekozesebwa mu mawanga gonna, okuba nti ne bwembeera ne ssente za Uganda nsobola okuzisennyinga nenfunamu nooti eyo esobola okugula ebintu ebirala, aba nabo ne basobola okujja ne bwe tubeera nga ssente zaabwe zikkirizibwa. Kuba amawanga agamu ssente zaabwe abantu tebazikkiriza kuzigulamu bintu. So we tunaabanga nakyo tufunye nooti eyo egenda okukozesebwa mu Africa, nakyo kijja tuyambako okuba nti tugaziya akatale kaffe nga tewali eddwa ate ng'alina kufuna $1 ate asobola okugula ekintu, nakyo kijja tuyamba.
Okay, nga tunaatera okumaliriza njagala twogere ku nsonga ey'ekika kya bizinesi mwe gye mukola wano nga ewa Kiseka, kuba ndaba mulimu spare parts wamu n'ebintu ebirala ebitundibwa ku mamotoka ag'enjawulo. Olowooza okwegatta kuno kw'amawanga ga Africa ffe nga wano mu Uganda naddala abali mu spare parts kuyinza kutuyamba tutya?
Mpozzi nga ffe abali mu spare parts okwegatta kuno kuyinza otuyambako olw'ensonga tusobola okuba nti naffe tulina bye tu-exportinga mu mawanga amalala nga sijja kulimba naffe nga tufunya nga bwe tulina agriculture gundi yaffe netuba nitusobola oku-exportinga ebintu ebyo ne bigenda mu mawanga amalala ate ne tufunamu ssente ezo ne tusobola okusuubula ate ebyuma mu nsi endala kubanga tetunnafuna assembling plants za spare tumujja bweru so kijja tuyambako naffe okuba nti tetugenda bugenzi ku importingayo naye ate tunaffe tusobola okubaako ne betu exportinga ne tubireeta ne tubitwala ne babigula ate nefunamu naffe sente zisobola okugula nga spare ono gwolaba kubanga ffe tukozesa nooti ya $, ate n'ogikyengisa ate n'ogenda gy'okuza ekyuma naye ate nga tolinayo gwe kyotutteyo so bwe tubaako ne bye tututteyo nga Agafrika agalina nga spare kijja nakyo naffe tuyamba nti bw'ogenda n'okola export ate
livuddeyo ne liyanjula ennyonyi ogenda mu nsi mu Uganda tumala tulina ennyonyi ezisobola
ekyennyonyi nze ndowooza ziyinza otumala okuggyako mpozi nga tukwataganye zitumala kubanga Uganda Airlines esobola bulungi okukola system eyo yonna exportation nebanga ebintu byaffe ebitwala ate n'amawanga amalala getunaba tukoze integration nkiwana zigo gajja kujja nga gaagala ebintu bingi biri wano mu Uganda ebisobola okuba nti nabyo bitundibwa katale waabwe so wetunakola enkolagana eyo bweneebaawo naffe ne twegatta bulungi n'ebye tulina oba ne transportation gye tulina n'eyaabwe buli kimu kijja kuba kitambula bulungi kugeza nga tulina bannakenya batambula eyo ne bagula entangawuzi saidi z'e Masaka eyo saidi ku luguudo Masaka road bajja ne motoka zaabwe ne bayingira mu byalo ne bagula ne bagenda so kijja kuba kituyamba tunaba nga twegasse nga Africa.
All right, thank you very much. That was the chairperson of this entire market. As I told you earlier, this entire market accommodates welcoming this entire idea, but his key points and concerns, he has really emphasized the one and also the transportation sector. I am still at Chiseka market to have a one-on-one with different people, but we are going in a short break and then return shortly. Thank you.
On Friday, the 7th of July, 2023, join the African Integration Day celebrations live on Smart 24 TV as we dive deeper into unity and diversity for a borderless Africa with expert leaders across the continent. Ziyad Hamoy, the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance, Joseph Abaga, RGD Consulting and Logistics Limited and ex-president for Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders, Samuel Ajemang from the Single African Market Program, Dr. Farid Arthur, National Coordinator for the African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office in Ghana, Trudy Hatzenberg, Executive Director, Trade Law Center, and Catherine Toure-Mitia, Coordinator, Willett Africa. The event will start at 9 a.m. East African Standard Time.
It's our mission to secure your money.
Protecting your money is as important as earning it. It is for this reason that the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda, DPF, was established by the government of Uganda to provide deposit protection to customers of regulated financial institutions. In the unlikely event that your commercial bank, credit institution or microfinance deposit taking institution fails, the DPF will pay you up to 10 million Uganda shillings. Keep your personal information such as national identification number, mobile phone, or an alternative bank account updated with your banker. Terms and conditions apply. For more information, contact DPF at Aha Towers, Plot 7 Lodell Road, Kampala. Call 0312 206 400 or visit our website at www.dpf.or.ug.
We are the DPF. We protect your money. Protection Fund of Uganda.
MTN Uganda ne Uganda waraji bakusako manrane chikona tena tekobo seko season yakuna savu July kuma Mount Papa's Hall usasule kwa MTN mobile money usasule kwa mchitundu MTN usasule nega nkometano niga stemu kagatano stamu enda munana hasha kwa MTN ofune tiketi yokati wabula kumliango usasule mitwale ebiri yepe mitwale tano ate meza ya milioni 2 munana July Colin Hotel mkono mwenda July Nikan Resort Elweza 15 July France Africa Jinja Abiri July Maria Flema Saka Abiri Mwenda July Afro Club Eka Sangati ate yoyo noku yingi na mutualo wafujini dwa musente Talent Africa Victoria University Suzu Property Consultants Pepsi Max Uganda Waraji Ne
MTN. Say goodbye to paperwork and travel costs. Now every MTN customer can register to invest in securities anytime and anywhere with Zabu in a few simple steps. Step 1. Dial *292 hash. Step 2. Select option 1. Register with Zabu. Step 3. Enter your full names. Step 4. Enter your national identification number. Step 5. Enter your national identification card number. In 24 hours, you will receive an SMS confirming your registration. Congratulations, you are now ready to invest. On Friday, the 7th of July 2023, join the African Integration Day celebrations live on Smart 24 TV as we dive deeper into unity and diversity for a borderless Africa with expert leaders across the continent. Ziyad Hamoy, the National President, Ghana Borderless Alliance. Joseph Abaga, RGD Consulting and Logistics Limited and ex-president for Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders. Samuel Ajemang from the Single African Market Program. Dr. Farid Arthur, National Coordinator for the African Continental Free Trade Area Coordinating Office in Ghana. Trudy Hatzenberg, Executive Director, Trade Law Center, and Catherine Toureria Metia, Coordinator, Willet Africa. The event will start at 9 a.m. East African Standard Time.
Well, celebrated across all nations and continents in Africa. We are looking at 2.1 billion people coming to one market. Now, today I have come downtown to bring that same conversation, a wonderful conversation to all stakeholders and those who are operating business here in Seka market. We are using one of our local languages called Luganda. Those of you who are watching across Africa, and that is at the basis of our conversation. Sebo tusanyisa okulaba oli live business kyokola mu kifo kino.
Amanya Musoke Richard batte.
Business kyokola mu kifo kino.
Tunda spare wa motoka. Body parts nga amataala, side mirror, bumpers n'ebirala ebigenderako. Yesebo.
Mirror, bumpers biri mu sente mmeka boboto?
Spare bwate bwatambula naye kati kisinziira motoka ki teki webityo bigenda bivaringa. Yesebo.
Business etambula etya generally mu kifo kino?
Business ennaku obomu naye nga weetuli ffe tulirwedde okubaweereza mwenna. Esebo.
Olunaku olwaleero tulutunuuliranga
ng'oyagala nti tugulewo nga buli muntu waddembe okukolera mu nsi nga bw'aba yagadde oba nedda?
Amawanga ga Africa gonna gagenda kuggulawo booda zaago nga gwali e Uganda bw'oba oyagala okugenda e South Africa tolina kikulemesa, tewaliwo mateeka g'amaanyi, ogenda n'ogula ky'oyagala oba n'otuusaayo oba ky'oyagala nga waliwo free movement, entambula etakugibwa nsi yonna yonna.
Nze nganze ekyo sijja kukiwagira nkuba ndi muna Uganda, sijja kukiwagira. Ngaffe Uganda twetaaga emisolo, kakati mu kwetaaga emisolo ate n'ekirala n'emirimu tulina mitono wano. Kati bw'ona oggulawo booda, ensi ezimu zirina abantu bangi, kati bajja kujja wano batandika kompitinga naffe ng'ate oluusi bo bafuna beewola ku reeti eya wansi ekitali wano. Kakati bwe babeera nga balina abantu bangi bajja kujja bakompitinge naffe, sente bazifuna ku reeti eya wansi ekitali wano. Nga kati bwe tunaaba nga tukompitinga n'abantu abava ebweru kijja kunyigiriza nnyo ffe bannayuganda. Twalibadde ffe bannayuganda nga ffe tusigala mu nsi yaffe ne twetetenkanya nga ffe nga tetuyiiko competition y'abagwira. Yesebo.
Kitegeeza gwe enteekateeka eno tojaniriza?
Nze nga nze sijaniriza.
Ate bw'otuuka okwagala okutunda ekintu e South Africa gwe ogenda eri?
Anti kakati naye eriyo abaayo. Kakati bwe baba ne kibaagala at least balina okubeera nga balina emisolo gye basasula, nze nsobole okukola ki basobole okifuna okuva ku nze. Ate siri nnyo sure nti nze kijja kunnyamba nnyo olw'ensonga bo bali balina port nge South Africa, balina port ffe gye tutayina. Nti okutambuza ekintu wano tugeze kiyite katale ke South Africa kigende ebweru, nze nja kubaamu ne kosti zenteekamu ate bali kye batagenda kola ki kuteekamu. Yesebo.
Kwate emmotoka z'abasuubuzi n'egamba nti kasooli gwe baali baleeta mu ggwanga yali mufu. Ogaziwa gw'okitunulidde otya?
Ekyo kye baakola na Uganda tupeeko nnyo tukole ki tulongose omutindo gwaffe. Kenya okugoba ebintu byaffe ng'amagi kitegeeza nabo bayina amajinga ki nga mangi kakati ffe twefeeko tugule ebyaffe nabo beefeeko bakole ki bagule ebyabwe bwe banaabeera nabyo nga bitono bajja walirizibwa okutusaba tukole ki tubaweereze kakati bw'ona oggulawo akatale buli omu nga waddembe okutambula nga bw'ayagadde amajiga bwe ganaaba mangi bajja gaywa wano ate ono omulunzi wa wano wa Uganda ate abe nga talina gwaguza okitegeera kati akatale nze njagala kasigale nga kakyalinga bwe kali nga bw'obaako n'ekyoyagala okuva gy'olina okutuukiriza esebo
ku nsonga y'emisolo naddala gwali mu bizinensi ya spare parts gwe gikuyisiza zitya okuba nti ojja ebintu ewala osuubula oba oli awo mu mawanga g'ewala oba osuubula kumpi okuyita mu misoso transport tekunyigiriza
etunyigiriza kuwa misolo ekyo nange sikiwagira wadde ndi musuubuza ate nze nkola ki nze nguwa kati balina kukendeezaako ku gye basolooza gireme kubanga gitumenya nnyo then ne kutereeza ku kyentambuza y'ebintu naddala okuva ku porting Mombasa oba Dar es Salaam batuteerewo leerwe tusobole okuba nga tukendeeza ku nsasula ya transport y'emmotoka kuba emmotoka yeeba ya bbeeyi okusinga ku train esebo
waliwo abagamba nti omukago guno ogwa Africa bwe guba kubanga entambula ewe entambuza ebirundibwa oba ebirime ensonga eno gitunuulira otya mu nsonga ya transport eri abo abakiwagira
kandi kati era kyenkunyonyoddemu nti entambuza y'ebintu ye bwebe erongoosebwemu naye bwe tuba n'ebintu ebirungi wadde tuyina emisoso ng'akatale si kaggule nga kaliko bye tukugira bw'oba n'ekirungi bajja ne bakunoonyaayo gye kiri kati South Africa weeneba teyina bintu birungi bajja kujja mu Uganda babinone ekikulu kya byonna nti ffe tubeere nga buli kye tufulumya kya mutindo nze omutindo gwe neesibako ennyo omutindo
weewaawo nga tumaliriza gwe idea oba ekirowoozo ekyafrika okwegatta amawanga gonna ne tuba nga tulina omukulembeze omu ezitambuzibwa mu butale ensonga eno gwegitunuulira otya
sikirinaako buzibu sikirina buzibu n'ekyo naye obuzibu bwe buli nti abakulembeze era tebagenda kikkiriza bo bajja kulaba nga ababawewudde mu bitiibwa kati tekijja kukola ekyo tekijja kusoboka wadde mukirowoozaako naye tekijja kusoboka
ate wate ne tukiteekako essira ne tujja nga tukiyimba n'okulaga ebirungi ebikirimu
gwengaani
ab'amawulire naffe ng'abannayuganda
andi kakati omuntu alina obuyinza okumugamba nti tubumuggyeko si kyangu kukikkiriza ekyo wadde mukirowoozezaako tekijja kusoboka lwa nsonga nti bw'onooteekawo enkola eyo n'amateeka mwenna muyina kuba nga mugoberera amateeka ge gamu ekyo kizibu
weewaawo nga tusiibula ebbeeyi y'ebintu by'otunda mu kifo kino osinziira ku kyokwongeramu oba okkendeeza osinziira ku misolo oba obuwanvu bw'amawanga gy'ogojjamu ebintu
byonna mbigatta emisolo n'entambuza yaabyo kya mutindo mulungi era obukosa okigula bbeeyi kati nange wanera mbajja kiguza bbeeyi nneneko n'ekyomutindo ogwa wansi era nkiguze ku bbeeyi eya wansi esebo
bemba musuubula naddala mu abali mu spare parts bintu ki bye musinga okusuubula okuva amawanga amalala n'embireeta wano
buli kintu kyonna ekikwatagana ku mmotoka tukisuubula ne tukireeta buli kintu kyonna eky'emmotoka tukisuubula ne tukireeta wano kuba wano tewaliiwo factory yonna ekola spare wa mmotoka esebo
mawanga nga ki gye mujja ebintu bino
okusingira ddala China yekyakulembedde naye tusuubula ffe nga ffe wano amabario Hope tusuubule China, tusuubule Dubai, tusuubule Taiwan, tusuubule Thailand naye ne Kenya era nayo tusuubulayooko yesebo.
Ati mbadde njagala okubuuza nti ng'oggyeko amawanga ago nga bugamba China kuba obusesemazinga ya Africa. Wano mu Africa tewali nsi zifulumya bintu bino gye musobola kugenda ne mubijja.
Waliwo nkati nga Kenya erina ebimu byefulumya naye era omutindo gwa wansi nnyo kyovola tetujettanira nnyo. Then Egypt nayo efulumya ebimu naye ate entambuza y'ebintu okuva Egypt okujja e Uganda wadde olaba nti ya bbeeyi nnyo kwate okusinga ng'obijja emitala w'amayanja.
Mu Africa ensi nga Ghana, South Africa baaniriza enteekateeka eno nga baga nti amawanga singa gajjawo okugira amawanga aga Africa n'okuba nga tusobola okwewagira kiina engeri gye tusobola okuyamba.
Go gakyaniriza olw'ensonga nti gayina ebyokutunda bingi nnyo okusinga ffe. Kakati gwe bw'onoggulawo nga gwe owa ali wansi ku bo bw'onoobagulira ogenda kulaba nga bakubuutikidde nga tokyalina kwegamba nga buli mulimu kumpi bagukusaanikidde nga bw'olaba bwe kyali wano ku mulembe gwa Idi Amin we yeekyanga n'agamba ekiba kibe naye abayindi tukole ki tubagobe bajja kutubuutikira. Ye Amin yagamba twekembe nga bannayuganda twekolere ebyaffe twesuubulire ne kati bw'onoobagulira bajja kujja wano ffenna batubuutikire naddala abali eno mu Eastern Africa ffe tubaira ku buzibu. Sikiwagira nze sikiwagirira ddala.
All right, now that is one the gentleman that are carrying out business in this area. He is totally not welcoming the initiative and the preparation because of his personal reasons. As you've heard, I want to paint a certain picture for you where I am standing to see different type of businesses that are being carried out here in Chisenya, and to see if I can find out some other people that I can literally discuss with this topical discussion of the day. As you can see, those are some of the different items that are being sold here at Chiseka Market. As I told you earlier, Chiseka Market accommodates people, more than 4,000 to 5,000 people that are carrying out business in this area. They travel as far as China, they travel as far as Taiwan, they travel as far as Dubai. It is beyond Africa. Now, if we can push and also campaign this one market looking at African integration, that would be something that is of value not only to Uganda but all across continents in Africa. Now, this is Chiseka Market where business related to auto spare parts is place. I see different shops. They are busy since morning carrying out different businesses in this area. And now those are some of the few people we've managed to talk to around this other place, but also we have other people that wanted to speak in our cameras, but because they are up and down, as you know, this kind of business, you cannot sit in one place. They are really up and down. So they are really didn't want their faces to come straight in our cameras. That is all that I've been able to gather for you for today here live at Chiseka Market. Brian Alvis Mgera is my name, and we are still ongoing with this conversation in studio with Joram Paul Osonko. Thank you very much.